Oh.
It's all the way live. It's
Ladies
all
and
the way
gentlemen,
live.
owner of Pubs and Arcades Corner, down in Washington, which Washington that may be is you're to figure out, and hands out a little bit of DLC of wisdom in business for no extra cost. As our host for this podcast, Mr. Red Fox.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Did you say box or fox?
I
did
said
say
Fox.
Oh,
The,
I thought
the
you said box. I'm
K9.
like, wow, he changed it?
The K9. The K9. Not a container to put things in. Yeah, it's me, Mr. Red Fox. This is the E3 pregame show, so whatever. Barbecue and beer, not needed, but it helps. Who wants to go next? Who wants to introduce themselves?
Hi, I'm
All right.
Micah.
And this is Dr. Feel Good, the guy with the smooth moves and groovy tunes, always in a gaming mood.
And this is Triple M, the lone wolf and fondness for games that pops out in my artworks, and we're gonna have a wild time here.
What kind of
And
wild we
let's
talking?
see.
Because I don't do them kind of things on the first date.
And let's not forget one and only KH Anime G here. Keep calm and game on.
We've got the doctor.
He already introduced himself.
Team Everything. Okay, Team Everything, go.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know where everybody else is, but good afternoon. I hope you guys enjoy the show. And how about you check out everybody's channel that is in the podcast and sit back and enjoy the show. Let's go.
All right, cool. So this is a little bit different than what we normally have. I don't have any of the topics. The guests will introduce the topics, the other podcast members. So here we go. Who wants to go first?
I will take the
Okay,
mantle. Basically, I want to know. You see, I'm not saying this to try and be like a troll or anything like that. But I genuinely, if there's one company I'm concerned about this E3 to put on a decent show, it's Sony, because simply for the fact that they have literally announced that they haven't really got no first-party titles in development for this year. I don't know what is going on for next year. I know Ratchet & Clank's coming, which does look awesome, to be fair. I mean, that might end up swaying my decision to buy a PS4. But other than that, and obviously third-party games that are probably going to come to the Xbox 360, the Xbox One as well, and the PC. But other than that, can you really think of what Sony could potentially show this year? That's what concerns me. It's just that that's what concerns me. Is just if they didn't come out with that statement, I'd be a bit more optimistic. But because Andrew House came out with that statement about there not really being any major first-party titles in development, it does kind of concern me as to what in terms of substance, especially on the first-party side, what is Sony going to have to show?
Exclusive DLC content.
That's a very good question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what just KH Anime said. Hope that's not the entirety of the conference.
Oh no, not by a long shot, but it's like, I got a topic coming up regarding that. Go ahead, y'all talk next.
I mean, I hate to say this, I kind of do, but I mean, at this point in time, like, I think Sony is going to double down on third parties, because third parties have been good to Sony's platform thus far. So, I mean, they're gonna let third parties float the console this year. Personally speaking, I think they should have sat on Ratchet and Clank, because I mean that's the thing that's gonna make me buy a PS4. I'm gonna buy one for Christmas. I'm gonna go and get one used at GameStop.
I'm sure you've all seen one of my first DGC news segments. You clearly know there's a lot of them in secondhand.
I'm not buying. I'm not paying $399 for a brand new PS4. I'm not doing it.
Well, in terms of the Ratchet and Clank announcement, they really should have saved it for E3
Exactly.
because that would
Yes.
have at least got the crowd going.
Yeah, and the thing is that this game is not going to be full priced. It's going to be like $50 or $40. And here's the thing. I'm like, it's Ratchet and Clank. You could easily you could charge people $60. People will spend $60 for Ratchet and Clank. So they should.
Yeah, it's one of Sony's best-selling franchises.
Yeah, they should have sat on that, and been like, okay, we're reimagining the first Ratchet and Clank. We'll reimagine all of them up to PS3. Because really, the first Ratchet and Clank is good, but the best one's going Commando. Going Commando is the shit.
The only one I've played so far is the one on PSP. I can't remember what it's called. And Tools of Destruction. I'm looking to get the rest of the Future collection and then the Trilogy collection set for the original games.
Yeah, same here because I never played a Ratchet and Clank. I played one, but I never actually.
Once you start playing it, you'll want more.
It's really good. Yeah, I mean Ratchet and Clank is really good. Jak and Daxter really good. Okay. I wish Sony would go back to some of their older IPs instead of pushing this ultra realistic stuff. But I mean whatever.
Think about Red Fox. They sold out to the Western audience.
And but here's the thing. Like, I am part of that Western audience that got a PS3. I got into Sony because they were offering something that I couldn't get anywhere else. I mean, if I don't care about multi-plats, I want to see exclusive content. And since Sony is not going to be showing me a lot of exclusive content, then.
It's like
something that they can't bait you in with.
I mean that's the problem I find. I mean, like, are people really gonna if people have an Xbox One, for instance, they're really not gonna sway over to a PS4 simply because the multiplats are running at one stage of a resolution higher.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the issue with I mean, that's the thing. Like, literally, if you have an Xbox One or a PS4 right now, I mean, aside from the exclusives, you're getting the same console. So it becomes an issue of which console has the better exclusives of the two. And I'm sorry to say, but right now, that's
Xbox One.
That's the Xbox One, yeah. Now, maybe next year when the
Uncharted and...
Well, I was going to say, I don't really care about Uncharted. Like, Sony can take Uncharted and shove it up their ass, as far as I'm concerned. But Ratchet and Clank, yeah, I like Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank, I'll be like, okay, if Sony comes out next year and says, okay, guys, we're re-releasing Ratchet and Clank like we did with this first game, we're just gonna redo it up from the ground up. I would love that, but I don't really. Uncharted, like if the studio that made Uncharted disbanded and they never made another Uncharted, I would not be sad. Let's put it that way.
Well, this one is the last one. This one is the last one. So
I think what they need to do at E3 is announce a game like God of War. If they announce a game like God of War, they will get a lot of attention.
In my opinion, man, honestly, I like Uncharted, but to me, 3 was the last true Uncharted because the people that originally started Uncharted, the original writers and developers,
they left.
They left. So even this Uncharted 4 is, to me, the third one was the last one. And as far as the whole Ratchet and Clank reveal, now I both give Sony credit and take it away at the same time, and here's why. Nintendo did something that this year that, for the most part, the other console makers have not done ever. Okay, so last year Nintendo held their digital direct, which crushed the competition in 47 minutes as opposed to 2.5 hours. We all know that. Okay, now Xbox is attempting to copy that this year. Okay, now. This year, Nintendo did something that they didn't have to do, and they could have actually waited on. They have revealed about 4 giant bombs prior
to E3. Yeah.
What did they reveal? They revealed
What were those 4 giant bombs?
That's what I'm saying. They revealed Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem,
yeah, they revealed Hyrule Warriors for the 3DS.
Hyrule Wars for 3DS, and of
Yeah.
course they just did a Devil's Third,
Yeah, that
developer
was
interview,
third.
and I forget what the other one was. But if you think about these things, all those
They've
What was
things
only
it,
got
Fatal
about.
Frame?
Oh yeah, they're localizing Fatal Frame.
Yeah,
correct.
Fatal Frame, yeah.
And they've got Woolly World coming out like a couple weeks after E3.
Yes.
They've got and then they've still got Star Fox to announce as well. Like Nintendo's already kind of
And
Nintendo's already somewhat,
Xenoblade.
and
Xenoblade.
Xenoblade. Yeah, so Nintendo's more or less
That's my
quite
point.
stacked already.
See, that's my point. They're doing all this, prior to
It,
E3, and they didn't have to. So if you're dropping bombs like that, how can you, the competition, sit idly by and wait to reveal all your stuff at E3, which may not be compelling in the first place? You have to try to take away some of that hype from your competitor. So Sony, with them revealing Ratchet and Clank before E3, I see why they had to do it. But at the exact same time, we all know, and no offense to you guys out there, well, we all know Sony fans get hype over the most trivial of things from Sony. If Sony would, if they would have waited to reveal Ratchet and Clank, if they waited to the end of E3 to reveal Ratchet and Clank, the Sony fans would immediately, the rest of the covers could be garbage. They would immediately say, "Yeah, Sony won E3. You see that Ratchet and Clank trailer?
That's what I said.
That would have happened. That would have happened if it was E3 and showed Ratchet and Clank. They would have won E3 in Sony fans' eyes, but they didn't. So I give them credit, but I also take it away.
Fair enough.
They'll probably still show Ratchet and Clank anyway. So
But I think
they're gonna show it at E3.
They're gonna need to have a reveal like
But then they're
God
gonna
of
ask.
War or
But then they're
something
gonna
like
ask us to clap for them. It's like, no, you already revealed this. I'm not clapping for you anymore.
Exactly. You gotta think about it. They only have really one platform to really show, because remember, the Vita is now a legacy platform, and whatever's left on PS3 is cross-gen stuff.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to be focusing on their PS3 anymore. I mean, come on. I mean, it's been.
Well, they never really focused on the Vita anyway. When it launched, sure, they launched that Uncharted game on it, and they launched a bunch of remakes on it, like Killzone and stuff, but they never really focused on the Vita in the first place. I think it was always used as a controller for the PS3. That's what I think that was for. Because I think they were trying to compete with Microsoft Smart Glass and the Wii U when they launched it, because they wanted the second screen play. That's what I think.
Well, I would agree with you, Team Everything, except the Vita. The Vita was made for twofold. Sony saw modest success with the PSP, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for them, because PSP is like the most pirated handheld device in history. Like
Yeah,
60% of the people that bought a PSP bought it solely for the purpose of pirating. Which means for every three,
you can hack
PSP
it very
sold,
easily.
well, yeah, PS3 PSP sold, 2 of them are going to be used to play Saturn and PS1 and Super Nintendo games, and that's money that's not going to Sony. So they made the Vita to kind of make up for that loss of money. The way they did it was that they said, okay, we're going to make a console that we control, because the way you hack the PSP was by going in through the memory stick, through the memory card. So they made a device that they control the memory card.
Proprietary memory stick.
Yeah, and that
with the Vita. That's why the memory sticks are so expensive.
And
that's why, say if you want,
that memory.
And plus, I believe it didn't even come with one.
What?
I believe it didn't even come with one out of the box. I believe you had to buy one. I think it came with a 2 gigabyte or a 4.
Yeah, I think
it's a 2
one,
or a 4.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think it did come with one, but it was very small, and I think that
a 2 gigabyte or a 4. Yeah.
The price of
around there
for the Vita was ridiculous, And the Vita was.
It's still ridiculous, you know.
Well, I know it's gotten a little bit cheaper, but it's still because I'm going to compare the Vita with its competition. The Vita is in competition with the 3DS. The 3DS basically, like, I can get
and mobile games.
Well, no, I'm not going
to
say.
You have to think that they are. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Because the thing is that the people 3DS. Who are buying Vita games are not they're not going to play those types of games on mobile.
And all the good,
yes,
and all the good,
but here's the,
and all the
good. Yeah, I think.
All the good mobile games are probably going to end up on the 3DS and Vita because nobody's going to pay $15 to play a game on their iPhone. They're more likely to pay for it on the 3DS or Vita.
And that's why I'm saying that they're not because Sony said that they're like, well, the reason we're not selling as many Vitas as we thought is because mobile. Well, here's the thing: why did the 3DS sell like 50 million? Why did the?
But why did think about that? It did. Why did the 3DS struggled out the gate?
It did because of the price.
The 3DS struggled out the gate.
But then they brought the games and they lowered the price. It boils down to what type of special things am I like? You need when you make a handheld, you need to look at the people who are successful in the handheld space. Nintendo. How is it that their handheld continues to make money for them? Well, they fucking support the system.
They have first-party exclusives. Exactly.
Sony, they're like, well, you can play a shitty downport of a PS3 game on the Vita. You can play you can play PS2 games on the Vita that you can also play on the PS3 through what that made-up word they made for the
play. I think it's remote play. Remote play. Yeah.
I mean, that's not how you support a handheld. That's not. I mean, they pissed off Capcom with Monster Hunter, so Monster Hunter left the PSP and didn't come back. They don't have a Pokemon. They have a lot of quirky RPGs, but like 90% of those aren't localized. Well, no, I take that back. Like 70% of those aren't localized. So it kind of feels like, well, what the hell? You know, what the hell's going on here? I think Sony gypped a lot of people who bought the Vita. Like, if you were expecting some awesome shit from the Vita from Sony, you're gonna be waiting forever.
It was destined to succeed.
Yeah, it was.
That was the dude from IGN. He's like, the Vita is destined to destroy the 3DS. I was like, man, why would you write that shit?
It was Greg Miller, I believe.
Yeah. I was like, why would you write that? Because, I've been gaming a long time. Okay? I'm 29 years old, but I remember. And I've seen so many handhelds come and go against what Nintendo had out at the time. And Nintendo's curb stomped every one of them, even ones that were more technologically advanced.
I remember the Neo Geo Pocket, and that was far better than the Game Boy Color. But that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I remember the Game Gear. The Game Gear, like, we have color. I was like, well, that's cool, but I didn't focus on it.
The battery lasted for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, they did. Well, no, 3.5. 3.5 minutes. The sound. It's like Sony didn't take any lesson from history. I was like, why would you even do that?
You know, something's been pondering me ever since. Why did Capcom basically shrug off Sony and took their Monster Hunter away from them and put it on a Nintendo platform, the handheld?
Sony got arrogant.
Excuse me?
Sony got arrogant. The thing about Sony is that, like, Sony gets arrogant and they start making stupid mistakes. And when Sony gets arrogant, they normally step in a pile of doo-doo.
You know, somehow, if a company get arrogance, at least if something goes wrong, they have something to fall back on.
Well, I didn't say it was good arrogance. I didn't say it's false arrogance. Like, Sony's like, oh man, You know, like Sony has a shell, a facade arrogance that like their public face, but then people on the inside start to believe that bullshit that they have as the public face, which is a completely different thing. But whatever.
It's just that I'm comparing this with how Nintendo, at times they do get arrogance as well, but when something like that fails for them, they almost always have something to back on. Which with Sony at this case, really, not even on a hindsight.
Well, normally when Nintendo gets arrogant, it's like there's like, okay, Nintendo walked into the 8th gen being arrogant. Well, they kind of earned it. I mean, look at the Wii. I mean, shit. I mean, they kind of earned the right to be a little cocky, you know, in the DS. I mean, they kind of earned the right to be like, yeah, bitch, I'm the cock of the walk. They earned it. They earned it. You know, it's kind of like you win the NBA championships and you get your ring and the trophy. Shit, you earned the right to brag a little bit, you know. But with Sony, it's like you didn't earn shit. It's like you sold all these units with the PS1, you made less money than your competitor. The PS2, you sold all these units with the PS2, you made less money than your competitor.
Hey, it's always about the sales, not the profit.
I mean, I don't think you really don't have room to say shit about anything except, man, we hope we do well this time. Oh well, it's Sony. By the way, for those of you who may be listening, we do have the Q&A app open. You can ask questions. We probably won't get to all of them, but we'll try to get to some of them. Any other topics? Because let's not bring a Debbie down and just bring up the Vita. We want to talk about successful things.
Oh,
not dead ones.
okay.
The Vita's a good platform, though. I actually want to get one.
Oh yeah, it's a good handheld. It just, I mean,
It's got
Has a lot of good indies.
It's got
Yeah,
a lot of
good
good.
indies.
It's got a lot of JRPGs on it as well.
it has a lot of niche titles that you're not going to see in the mainstream. If you like JRPGs, if you like quirky style Japanese games from the East, it's perfect. But if you're looking for mainstream, mainline stuff, keep on moving. If you're looking for heavy first-party support from Sony from it,
I have a question. Does anybody feel like this E3 is going to be one of the weirdest? I don't know. It's just something about this E3 coming up just doesn't feel like the others. Just something.
Yeah.
You're not the only.
RJ, I get what you're saying, because my topic was pretty much, it was a video I watched. It was saying why Pre-E3 leaks sucked the fun out of it, and when you think about it, Nintendo, what happened? What we got? There's a Destiny pack coming out. That was leaked early. Dark Souls 3, I believe, that was leaked early. Then it was supposed to next week, and then there was a leak from Nintendo. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I get what you're saying, because it's so many leaks and stuff pretty much happening so early, and it's just not as fun like it should be. And not only that, but a lot of these leaks are hurting a lot of surprises, particularly on the Sony side, because
why
like Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, why the hell did they release Ratchet and Clank that early? That game looks phenomenal. That would have been a great show floor case. I just don't understand.
Dude, you're talking sense and Sony. Those are two things that don't go together. Basically, the thing you have to understand, from what I've understood, is this. Like, Nintendo has dropped a lot of stuff that they just want to get out of the way, right? Like, they had their they had their mini direct, and then some other stuff that they're not even putting in direct, just coming out, like IGN and stuff. They're really just like, oh, we're gonna get that shit out the way, which is telling me, if this is just stuff that they're just offhandedly saying, we're just getting that out the way, I wonder what they're holding back.
New stuff.
For E3.
New stuff. I think it's going to be all new stuff.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be stuff that we don't know.
Exactly. And that's why I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I know I'm going to be surprised.
I do still think we're going to hear a couple of things that have already been. I think we're going to get a
Star
English
Fox.
we're going to get a reveal trailer for Star Fox. We're going to get an English.
We don't know what that game looks
we
like.
We have to.
We don't know what that
game looks like. If it's coming out this year.
Yeah.
We don't know what that game looks like
Yeah,
yet.
but
So
also,
even though we know it's coming, we don't know.
but not just Star Fox, but also Xenoblade Chronicles X. I think we're going to get an English trailer for that.
Yeah, English trailer,
Devil's Third.
launch date.
I know we already got a trailer for Devil's Third, but we need to get. I guess we already had a gameplay too because of the Treehouse, but I think we're going to get more details on Devil's Third before it comes out.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And we're gonna get a Yoshi Woolly World release date, no doubt too. And
Yeah.
some games
Yeah.
here and there. And
No,
then,
I think some trailers are going to be said. I think some trailers are going to be shown after the digital event. Like, you know, a trailer for Woolly World. That's probably, it may not be in the digital event. It may be shown afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Treehouse will do some stuff about it, like they did last year with Yoshi's Woolly World with Texas on.
Yeah. And I mean, but in terms of like, do links hurt? I think depending on the company, like it hurts. I mean, this definitely hurts Sony and Microsoft that they're just like, oh, and we're not going to show Scalebound or what was that other game?
Quantum Break. But this, and Quantum Break, but they're going to show that at Gamescom.
Yeah,
They're
which
gonna
is
show
like
that.
6 weeks away, but still, I mean, wouldn't it have been cool to at least see Crackdown? Because here's the thing, even though I hate Microsoft's consoles, I love playing Crackdown. Crackdown is fun as hell.
Crackdown is a jank game, but man, I actually really enjoyed that game, even for all of its flaws.
No, it's fun as hell. Just the whole idea of just like running around, collecting orbs to upgrade your skills and abilities so that you can run and you can traverse the environment better so that you can find more orbs to buy more skills. Like really, Crackdown, I like games like that. I mean, but then again, Crackdown is basically Hulk Ultimate Destruction, only you're a cop and not the Incredible Hulk. So
Yeah.
I mean, but that's a really good game. I mean, I wish they made more open world. I mean, if you play Prototype or Prototype 2, it's Hulk Ultimate Destruction, except they couldn't get the rights to the Hulk, so you're a guy with a virus that gives them superpowers or whatever.
Well, that's what severely disappoints me about GTA. It's like you don't get to do cool, superhuman, out of this world stuff.
Then you got
like Saints Row. Yeah, Saints Row.
Yeah,
Saints Row.
You can do all that shit.
This is why I always say, to me, Saints Row is the better game because it's actually trying to be a video game and not trying to simulate real life.
Yeah, they're not.
But it doesn't sell. It doesn't sell the numbers of GTA.
Yeah,
not even close.
I know. Like Saints Row 3 was awesome.
Not as good as 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not as good as 2.
I have.
Saints Row 4 was good too. I think they just took it a little bit too overboard. Just a little bit.
I think Saints Row 4 was good, but I feel like that should have been DLC for Saints Row 3.
Yeah, it should because it's all.
It was originally supposed to.
Yeah, it's all built in the same damn engine. Personally speaking,
it doesn't really feel like a full Saints Row game.
No, because basically, like, it feels very. It should have been like an expansion for Saints Row 3.
Yeah, it should have been an downloadable expansion pack.
Like $20-$30 for that. But what I will say about Saints Row is this, because it uses the same map as Saints Row 3. What I will say about Saints Row is this. Saints Row as a playground game is fun. I think the downside of it is that, like, Deep Silver / who has it now, and THQ
Volition
back in the day. What? Well, Volition.
Volition, yeah.
They didn't have the money that Saints Row has, that GTA has, in order to get. Because I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, when I was playing San Andreas, sometimes I wouldn't do any of the missions. I'd just get in my car and drive around listening to the radio.
Yeah.
And listening to the voice, because I mean, for some reason GTA, just getting in the car, listening to the people on the radio talking shit and getting in argument. I mean, it's just that whole experience is just kind of fun to me.
Yeah.
But Saints Row is like a playground. It's like, oh man, I just especially 4. 4 is ridiculous.
I will say this, like Saints Row, one thing I do gotta give credit, it doesn't take itself too seriously like most other Western third-party titles. Yeah. That's one thing I like about it. I have GTA 5 on PC, and like I have the mods and whatnot. So it's like, yeah. but it's like with all the mods on GTA 5, it's still kind of like it's fun, but it's not as fun like Saints Row because Saints Row was built around humor.
I have one question about GTA 5 since we're talking about questions. Where is the single player content? Like they keep on dropping stuff for online. I'm like, I don't give a shit about the online. Where's the? I mean, there's like literally this is supposed to take place in San Andreas. There's like 3 cities missing. There's 3 entire cities that are just missing in this game.
Red Fox, it's called
because they get all their money online. That's why.
Yeah, it's called
they
mods.
they get all their money from online.
Yeah,
I actually I have North Yankton and Vice City as mods for the PC version of GTA 5. So.
I haven't downloaded them yet. The only mod that I've downloaded is the one that lets you fly, because that's just kind of fun. I put on a mask and just fly around. I'm like, I'm the superhero that you never want to see ever. And like I find myself playing the game now and enjoying it more than I did on PS3 because on PC is the superior way to play GTA 5. I'm sorry, I know that people who bought it on PS4 and Xbox One that did the upgrade and everything are like, oh man, this is great. Look, until you play it on PC, it's just I'm not gonna get started.
And even the graphics on the PS4, Xbox One, it's not that much of a difference compared to the last generation console. It's just mostly up resolution.
Well, that and they're like, well, we have more blades of grass in the park. I'm like, did you add any new content? Like 2 or 3 Stranger and Freak missions. That's it. And so in a new radio station. I'm like, come on, man, that shit could have been downloaded on the PS3 and Xbox One.
I don't even listen to the radio. I just blast my Mario Kart and F-Zero music when I'm driving. So Sonic. So.
Because I'm an old school pop fan, I do like listening to Bounce, Bounce, and the pop. I like listen to the pop and soul and funk stations on there.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how I am too, and I don't care for the newer stuff they got on the radio stations. They could have just left that.
Although occasionally they do put applause from Lady Gaga on there, and I gotta listen.
I don't know.
That is a good song. I don't even like Lady Gaga, but that's a good song.
No, just give me my West Coast classics. I'm happy.
Although I mean, I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna take the soundtrack from San Andreas, which I have on PC on iTunes. I'm gonna rip it. I'm gonna rip it and put it on my put that on my personal radio station in the game, and just listen to that because the music in San Andreas is better than the music.
Yeah, they have an East Coast. They have an East Coast hip hop station. It's like, why is that not on 5?
It seems like their music is different every single time you listen to it versus Saints Row. You could come in an hour later and it plays the same song, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, GTA tries to actually have
it's kind of like Watch Dogs. Like Watch Dogs.
Don't get me started on Watch Dogs. Like,
Watch Dogs have the same songs.
They don't even have radio music. It's just like you switch. I'm like, how are you gonna have an open world game and you can't even listen to the radio? I mean,
in Chicago,
as radio music. I mean, it may be like second, third tier artists that you've never heard of, like DJ Snake before he got popular with "Turned Down for What." But like, I'm like, wait, like I was playing Snake. I'm listening to it. I'm like, wait, that guy sounds familiar. Like, oh, this is DJ Snake. I'm like, oh shit. I've been listening to DJ Snake before it was popular. I'm a hipster. But yeah.
Let's see. Well, like I said, like I'm a huge nerd, so I put this on the self radio on GTA 5. I got like F-Zero GX playing. I got Mario Kart 8 playing. I got Sonic 2 playing while I'm driving down the highway, going real fast. So.
I'm starting I'm putting together a new because it's taken me a while to get all the music together. I'm putting together a thing with like old stuff from the 70s and 80s. Like Barry White, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But any other questions? Topics for the thing?
Oh, I already did this before the show, but retro. And what do you think they'll reveal at E3 if they come? Because they had that tweet. I think it was, I forgot what the tweet was, but they had that tweet.
Can you dig this? And it was a picture of Florgra from Metroid Prime, like the first boss, well, the second boss you face in Metroid Prime. Like the first one is the Bottle Queen, and the second one is Florgra.
Yeah. There was a picture attached to that.
Yes. Can you dig this? And it was Florgra.
Yes.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah. Well, what do I think they're gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna say. It's either gonna be Metroid, or it's gonna be a new IP from them. Either way, like personally, the safe bet would be Metroid, because I mean, Retro has shown that they know how to make Metroid. Like Retro has shown that they're really good at it. I don't know who they could get to make but they could do a new IP. Here's the thing. At this point, like whatever Retro shows, as long as it's not Donkey Kong, although it would be a great troll move if they had Cranky Kong come out there with his walker. How's it going? Yeah, I'm back. And he's like, oh, what the hell is that? And it's Samus's spaceship, and then it goes into Metroid Reel. But back in my day, you know. Yeah, I think there's going to be Metroid or a new game. I think the safe bet is Metroid, but it could be a new game. Whatever it is, it's going to be awesome because Retro knows. Retro is Nintendo's Western studio in the bag. Like, I think they're headquartered in Texas, and they understand the Western audience. So it's gonna push the Wii U graphically and look friggin' awesome.
I think it's either going to be a Metroid game. I'm 80% certain it's going to be a Metroid game, simply because that's where the demand is. But if it's not a Metroid game, then I think they're gonna. If it is going to be a new IP, I think it's going to be Raven Blade.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Bring back Raven Blade.
Man, when they revealed that back in 2001, I really liked that title. And they also had another one. I think it was NFL Retro Football or whatever they had when the studio was first started. But those IPs were really good. But they canceled it on the GameCube. So, yeah, it could be Raven Blade.
It could be Raven Blade would be cool because Raven Blade was like an action RPG. That had like you could level up and there was skills and I think you had your main character, but she could also recruit other people to join her. Like it was like an RPG. It was a deep RPG, but it didn't have turn-based combat. It was like real time. So I would like to.
Yeah, that hack and slash combat in it.
Yeah.
We need more RPGs on the Wii U anyway. We need more RPGs.
And the thing is that the system is built for RPGs, but we won't get any. I'm like, come on, man. This is
like Kingdom Hearts. Like Kingdom Hearts. I'm like, really? So you think Xbox fans, I have an Xbox One, but you think Xbox fans will buy Kingdom Hearts? It's going to only sell one copy, and that'll be me. So, on the Xbox One.
Let me put it this way: the only problem is that the audience for Kingdom Hearts was built on Sony PlayStation. It was built on PlayStation. So
I know Nintendo's handhelds.
And on Nintendo's handhelds, right? So I'm like, why the hell would you put it on an Xbox? I don't understand that. But
they would have been better off putting it on PC. And yeah. They would have been better off putting it on PC than on Xbox because nobody's not going to buy it but me. So it wouldn't really make a difference. I think it should have been on the Wii U. It's the perfect match. That would actually be the first, if they did it right. If they utilized the gamepad.
Well, here's what they should do. And here's what, I mean, if Square Enix was smart, here's what they would do. They would have released the Kingdom Hearts trilogy. Like the Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5, 2.5, 3, whatever trilogy for like $60 on the Wii U. Right? They should have released
maybe 40. Maybe 40.
Year before last. They should have released all 3 of those games in a bundle on the Wii U and said, look, we're going to gauge people's response in this game. $60, $50, maybe even $40. we're gonna see how big the audience is. People would have maybe 1.5, 2 million people bought that. They said, hey, there's an audience for this game. Boom, we're bringing Kingdom Hearts, whatever the next one, 1.5.
Even half a million. Even half a million would be good because.
Well, because they would have just been ports anyway. I mean, for like they just. But I mean that would have been a smart move. But I mean we're talking Square Enix, so.
It's not like Kingdom Hearts. That series is way overrated.
Personally, I don't like it. But then again, you have to remember I'm an old school SquareSoft fan, and I like turn-based RPGs, not like kind of Legend of Zelda knockoff almost. Which is how, like for me, Kingdom Hearts feels like a Legend of Zelda knockoff, but it doesn't have the epicness or history of Legend of Zelda. So
that's the only thing that I like about Square Enix now. Really is Kingdom Hearts, but even the story's all over the place.
I mean, it's really hard for me to understand what's going on in that game, and I'm saying this as someone who played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 on the PS2 and the handheld games, like all of them. Like I still don't know what the hell is going on in that game. I have no idea. I just know that you have a dude running around with a club that they call the Keyblade, but it's a club, and beating people to death with it.
I actually cosplayed a Sora in the convention 2 weeks ago, so.
I've got this club. I'm gonna beat you to death with a key club. I don't know why they. Like I said, it's not a blade. It's a key club. I mean, hell, I mean, I'd be terrified if some kid with big feet ran up to me and hit me in the head with a key club.
Well, that would hurt if he got hit with a big, thick metal.
Yeah, he's like a mace. He's like beating the shit out of people with it. It's ridiculous.
It'd be like a nightstick.
Yeah, it's like
with a nightstick.
You're heartless, man. It's heartless. You hit me in the head with that damn club. That's what's heartless. Yeah, I'm not a huge. I'm like old school SquareSoft fan. So I wish Final Fantasy was good again. I wish, and I'm a huge Enix fan from back in the day, so I wish we got Dragon Quest X or 8 or 7 localized, because they won't localize those damn things, those bastards.
Final Fantasy was really their Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy has not been good for many years now. So,
I'd say since 10.
I would say
2001.
I would say Final Fantasy hasn't been like spectacular to me since 6. And then 7 was fun, but I wasn't as impressed with it as other people who got a PS1 to play Final Fantasy.
You know how I feel about Final Fantasy 7. It's a good game, yes, but at the same time,
I'm not like enthralled with it. Let me put that.
It's a double-edged sword. Looking back,
like 8. I found the main character to be a bit too emo for me. 9 was fun. 9 is a fun RPG. I think 9 is the last like 3D Final Fantasy that I really just enjoyed playing. 10 is a solid game, but my God, I hate Titus. I really, really hate Titus. Like,
I will fight anyone who says 7 was the greatest Final Fantasy of all time.
It's not. 6 is the greatest Final Fantasy of all time.
Yeah.
6 is the greatest, but here's the thing. 6 is the best Final Fantasy of all time. The best SquareSoft RPG ever made is Chrono Trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's the best one. Like, there's no other RPG they've made since or will make in the future.
That game was $105 on eBay just for the cartridge by itself.
Really? I have my cartridge, and I paid, well, I didn't pay it. My parents got it for me. $70 back in the day when, because Square Enix was like, we spent a lot of time and energy making this game, bastard.
Speaking of Square and Soft, let's go back to Square Enix, present day Square Enix. Have you noticed that, remember how back in the days of Final Fantasy VII, how it'd be like so much advertisements and people and Sony trying to hype up Final Fantasy VII? You don't see that with Final Fantasy 15.
Because Sony doesn't have the fucking money. And Square Enix doesn't have the money. They don't have the money for it.
It's scary.
But most of Square Enix's marketing money came from Sony.
Yeah, yeah, because Sony sold their shares in Square Enix earlier in the year.
Yeah, because Sony was like, "Shit, we're losing money. We need to show that we made a profit this year." So they sold some buildings, sold some shares, fired some people, closed some studios.
Sold their PC division. They sold their PC division. Yeah.
It's also scary to think because to me it seems like Square Enix don't have no confidence in Final Fantasy 15.
Well, after they saw Xenoblade Chronicles, they completely scrapped all the work they did on it, and now they're ripping off Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm like, you bastards! You have no talent. You just want to steal other people's ideas. And here's the thing, here's the funny thing: the people who made the really good Final Fantasy RPGs we all love now work at Monolith Soft. So really, if they're stealing ideas from Monolith Soft, they're stealing ideas of the people who made the RPGs we love.
JRPGs just aren't as popular as they used to be.
That's bullshit. People, they don't release them like they used to. The problem is that Japanese companies try too hard to appeal to the Western audience. The reason we love JRPGs is because they aren't like Western games. I like Final Fantasy because it wasn't like D&D. Yes, its roots, all RPGs' roots, especially JRPGs, have their roots in D&D and stuff like that. D&D! But it's completely different than what, you would get from a tabletop computer RPG. And I'm okay with that. And then, over time, they keep on trying to, we can be like the Western. Fuck the Western audience. Look, I just want an RPG with not too emo of a character who starts off as a dumbass and then gradually becomes into a badass, saves the world, gets the girl, or you can have a chick save the world and get the guy or not get the guy. I don't care. Just have someone save the world, defeat a bad guy who by the end of the story you fucking hate, and you love stabbing in the chest like 5 or 6 times, killing him. And that's all I want. I mean, stop trying to be all, we want this to appeal to the Western audience.
I'll tell you another JRPG series that's not as good like it used to be. Tales of.
Yeah, Tales. The Tales series went to shit. I'm sorry. The last good Tales game I played was...
and it seems like they're making a new Tales of game.
Yeah, Hysteria. They're releasing it on PC too, which is like a real ass, which is a real cooter.
Hey, works for me.
Tales. I'm gonna get on PC because I'm not buying a PS4 for Tales game.
It's Tales of Zestria and Tales of Berseria. That recently got announced.
Yeah, they're putting it on PC and PS4 and PS3. All I'm going to say about the Tales series is this. The last good Tales game that I played was Tales of Grace's F.
Good. Oh, yes, that's a good one.
I mean, the story sucks, but man, the combat system is just... The combat system is great. The combat system is the shit in Tales of Grace's F. Because they don't put things like... They don't restrict you with MP. Like, your special attacks, especially when you're using them, don't cost, like, MP. They just chain together. So, it's really good. That game was on the Wii initially, and then they fucking ported it over to the PS3. Those bastards.
And never released it.
And never released it in America. Another reason why I really don't give a shit about Namco Bandai. But the last really good Tales series I played was Tales of Grace's F. And the one I played before that, but my favorite Tales series is a tie between Tales of Phantasia, which is the first one, and Symphonia, because Symphonia is just
no Tales of Abyss. What's wrong with you?
Tales of Abyss was awesome.
Luke Von Faber can go suck a dick.
Don't be a hater. Don't be a hater.
Hater. He's just the most annoying he's not quite as bad as Titus, but he's close.
I mean, think about it, Red Fox. He changes halfway through. I mean, that's kind of like a real human being.
And that's the reason I stayed with the game. Because then it goes, I hate Luke to I feel sorry for him, and I want to kill the guy who was his former mentor. Spoiler alert, he's the bad guy. It's a great game.
It has the best character, Jade Curtis.
No, Jade is not the best character. The best character in the Tales series, period, is a tie
No,
between
but
Regal Bryant.
Jade is badass though.
No, Jade is badass, but the best character is Regal Bryant, the convict.
Oh yeah.
Who was the rich guy who refused to use his hands in battle, but when he does, he like uses a Kamehameha Annihilator wave, which destroys everything. And Kratos Orion from Symphonia.
Oh, Kratos was awesome.
Kratos was badass. He's like, Lloyd, don't die. Like, you are just a cold. Like, and there's this scene where he goes to the guy who killed his son, and where he kills the guy who killed his wife, and he like goes up to the dude and just stabs him in the chest. He's like, you fucker, you know, it's real. Like he's enjoying killing this guy. Kratos was cool. He was a shitty dad, but he was cool.
Yeah.
Oh snap!
And Kratos Orion.
To be fair, how much older was he than Lloyd's mom? Like he was like thousands of years
already
older
like
than Lloyd.
thousands of years old. Like Lloyd's like, hey Dad, why did you ever stop Mythos when he was doing all this evil shit? He was my friend. You're a terrible hero. And Mythos, one of the best villains. Like really, by the end of that game, you so wanted to kill Mythos. It's like, you fucker, you evil fucker. I'm going to enjoy killing you. And that's a good villain.
This balanced puzzle is so annoying.
I say I like Lambda in Grace's F.
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
Like I swear down, this game, like Art of Balance is, my gosh, like in the beginning it starts off so easy, and then when you get to like the last few worlds, the puzzles they're bastards.
That's because it's made by evil people.
How you do that? Like have like a game playing in the little avatar window.
Screen sharing.
Okay.
Capture card. Okay. But
playing Art of Balance on the Wii.
The Art of Balance. But yeah, for those of you watching, we do have the Q&A app open. You can ask questions or not. I don't see any questions appearing, but you can ask questions if you want to. So yeah.
Screen sharing.
Screen sharing.
Oh my god.
No, but
I gotta see what kind of game I can show you guys if I can get it up.
I've been hooked on Kraken. I gotta tell you that new weapon they have in Splatoon is the shit.
The Splat-O-Matic. I don't think it's that great.
Wait. Let's talk about that in a later topic, because that's going to be in my big one.
Okay, all right. Okay then. I guess a nice segue. Anyone here seen any? Anyone here seen Jurassic World yet?
No.
That trailer looks interesting, I guess.
I saw that yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I was gonna watch it I was gonna watch it for the first half of this week, but I'm gonna be at home on E3. In the second half of this week, I'm gonna be going into DC on a staycation and hanging out with my friends. So I might watch it while I'm in DC at Union Station or something like that. But
So, hold on. What are we talking about?
Jurassic World.
Oh, Jurassic World. Right. Well, like I said, I can't watch it until it comes on cable or on the DVD.
Giant dinosaurs eating people? I can't see how that can't be boring.
Dude, let me put it this way. Dinosaurs are always cool. Always cool. The only thing better than dinosaurs eating people are monsters eating people. This is why when I was a kid, I loved Godzilla, because basically, like, Godzilla isn't your normal everyday movie monster. Like, you know, back in the 50s, those 50s and 60s movie monster films, they call the military in. Military be like, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to nuke it and save the world. Yeah, you can drop a nuke on Godzilla. You're only going to piss him off and make him stronger, and he's going to kill everyone anyway. So, I love that shit.
Yeah, you kind of find yourself rooting for the monster.
I always root for the monster. Yeah. Except in the movie The Thing. Except for the movie The Thing. That monster was evil.
I remember that movie.
Wait a minute. Wait, Red Fox, are you saying you wouldn't mind a monster come burrowing down the, behind your house and just thinks he owns the place? Well, it's your house. In a manner of speaking.
Well, in The Thing, it was like taking over people's bodies and shit, and impersonating people and then devouring them, which was kind of creepy.
Well, what's this? It has an 8 in the name, but near the end of this movie, you kind of feel bad for the monster.
Why? Why should I feel bad for the monster?
No,
in Jurassic World or
not in Jurassic World. You know, the movie about the kids and the movie camera and the 8mm or something. I can't remember the name of the movie.
Yeah, that was J.J. Abrams channeling Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, that movie. Do you remember the name of the movie?
8mm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of because the kind of things they were trying to do to the monster or whatever, and the monster just wanted to leave.
I can here's the thing that bothers me about a lot of monster movies today is that people lack common sense. You never see someone doing like smart things in the monster film. It's always someone doing something stupid, like, hey, let me go down in the basement by myself with a flashlight that kind of sort of works. But then, crack down on me while I get downstairs, or hey, let's split up. We'll go and we'll carry the shotgun. You can have the handgun that has like 3 bullets in it.
Why the heck would you split up?
And if you're let me put it this way. Here's a little pro tip for you guys. If you find yourselves in a cabin in the woods by yourself and you hear a noise and you're the one black guy there,
you're gonna die first, yeah.
You're gonna die first. Which is why if I was in one of those movies, I'd be the guy that dropped the kids off. Be like, yeah, I put full gas in my car. I got a shotgun in the rack. The batteries. This car has been checked out yesterday. I made sure everything was safe. And if anyone gets in front of me, I'm running their ass the fuck down, and I'm not stopping.
Speaking of Cabin in the Woods, did you see that? Have any of you seen Cabin in the Woods?
Yeah, that was what's his name? Shit, I forget. Like everyone loves him now. Gareth Edwards.
It has interesting ideas, but it's just such a bad movie.
It's Cabin in the Woods isn't like bad in like the classical sense. Cabin in the Woods is bad in that like it's like B movie bad, where it's kind of supposed to be kind of bad.
Yeah.
Like it was stupid. It advertised itself as this next scary horror film, and then the whole thing was just a big joke in the end.
Well,
everyone still died.
But
everyone ended up dying.
That was the whole point. Like the whole movie was a big joke. Like when I first saw the advertisements and saw that there was a bunch of people simulating all the scary stuff, it's like, yeah, this looks dumb, but yeah, at the same time I want to see it because that intrigues me.
The scariest movie I've ever seen, like hands down, like the 3 scariest movies I've ever seen were more psychological horror than sheer gross out humor. Like, I get a little squeamish with, like, Friday the 13th, especially the older ones, just because that much blood. It's even if it's fake blood, it's like, But I wasn't like, oh, my God, I can't go home. But, like, psychological horrors like The Thing, John Carpenter's The Prince of Darkness, and The Omen. The original Omen with Gregory Peck. That is some creepy-ass shit.
Yeah, psychological stuff is... There was this, I don't remember the name of this movie, but it was like probably like a B movie. But it was about this girl who was, and her father and uncle who were reliving, her abuse in this house, and then she ends up. It was really psychological. It was really interesting. I don't remember the name of it though.
Sorry, this puzzle's just got me like locked in.
I can't stop playing. It's too damn good.
No, it's too damn frustrating. That's what it is. You know when something's so frustrating that you will not be satisfied until it's done, because if you leave it alone, it's gonna frustrate you more.
Yeah, that's like how I play every single. That's how I play Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Like you get to a portion where like I'm gonna make it through there. I'm gonna make it through here. I'm gonna die.
Get rich or die trying.
No, that's Curtis. That's Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
Right.
Get rich or die trying. I got shot 11 times, not 11. 11.
I'm gonna put an end to this. A dad trying.
So, are you ready for your topic, Triple M?
Give me a few more minutes.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so right now, let's see. What am I planning? I'm working on a new bit of a new video talking about Tavern Tales, which are tips and tricks for playing tabletop games. I don't know if people like it or not, but I'm going to try it out because I'm getting together with some friends next week, and we're going to be playing some RPGs, tabletop RPGs, because we're like that.
Cool.
We play games like that.
You'll be up for like 3 days.
That's why I'm taking off, and I'm going to be literally Thursday, Friday, and Saturday I'm coming back home. But Thursday and Friday we're just hanging out, and we're gonna play some tabletop games because that's what we do. We play tabletop games.
Yeah,
Nice.
video games kind of killed the joy of tabletop games for me. I have trouble getting into board games and stuff. I just don't have the attention span for it for some reason.
See, that's where
Play Yu-Gi-Oh.
See, now you done messed up. Now, when I say tabletop games, I mean D&D,
okay.
stuff like that.
I'm thinking about a table.
No, not board games. Tabletop games where you play on a table with dice and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
No, hell no.
Long time for me since I played anything like that.
I play those games. We play once a year, and we've been playing the same characters since I was 13. So that's 16 years at this point.
Wow, what level are your characters at this point? They gotta be like level 1,000,000.
Well, no, because sometimes people's characters die, and we have to create entirely new. We have to roll a new character. Basically, what we did is that we had been playing games for since I was 12 together, but we got tired of playing the same stuff over and over again. So basically, we created our own RPG world and system, but we kind of stole stuff from D&D and Shadowrun and stuff like that. So it's an amalgamation of multiple systems, but it's our own original world. So pretty fun.
So you have people in a medieval world with bionic limbs and magic mixed with science and stuff like that?
No, but we do have steampunk. I did create, because I was the guy who had to put everything together because people lost interest after a while and then came back once I did all the work. But I did create a sci-fi world that's kind of like Shadowrun, but we don't play it that often. We either play a kind of a Star Wars, Star Trek thing sometimes, but mostly we do our world, which is the world of chaos, which is our little thing. But enough about that. It's time for Triple M to give his topic, so go ahead, sir.
All right. The reason I couldn't get this going any sooner is because of last night's Shadowcast and actually three streams, actually 1.5. Before that, my brain was kind of up in fire, going 50 knots an hour, that I couldn't get barely a wink of sleep until somewhere around this sunrise, which before this stream began, that's when I actually woke up. So the things that I wanted to say, I just finished putting them up together right now. And on a side note, bloody hell, KG Anime, that Marvel vs. Capcom stream is actually distracting.
Okay, I got it paused.
But don't mind stopping. Continue on.
Okay.
I'm kind of getting it as a challenge to keep myself focused on my own topic. Oh, anyway, onwards. Now, I want to talk about what was revealed in that micro direct, and then the events that happened after that till now.
Wait, there's a micro direct? When was this?
I think it was let's see, it was 1 week ago.
Oh, that micro direct. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So in that direct, we actually saw mini Bill Trinan, which is like, guess when he got fired, they shrunk him. Okay, then he was trying to work his way up. But yeah, then the first thing they revealed is Chibi Robo Zip Lash, which is, I guess, coming this October. Now, I've heard people act, or at least some Chibi Robo fans was kind of disappointed because it was just another platformer. Well, to them I say, hey, at least the franchise is branching out, right? I got no problems with that.
Yeah.
It looks good. I think it looks good.
No, I want that amiibo.
Yeah, that amiibo.
I want that amiibo. I'm gonna get the game anyway. But that amiibo, the fact that the game comes with the amiibo, I'm like, Nintendo, you bastards, you got me.
And the thing is, me personally, I actually like that they do that. That the only way to get the amiibo is to buy the game. But then, for some reason, I remember, I kind of thought that, yeah, we're gonna have scalpers buying the game just to sell the amiibo.
Oh, they can do it. They can do whatever the hell they want. But I'll tell you this much: I'm gonna order my shit off of Amazon, and they better look. I wish they would try and get their hands on that game before I do. I wish they would.
Yeah, so true. But then, okay, I'm going to delve off a little bit and talk about the amiibos, the whole situation about the whole scalping thing. I am sorry. When you see scalpers actually putting those stuff up on eBay, and to me, I'm like, okay, people, to the ones that actually have the money and are actually looking for those amiibos legitimately, and the only way you can get them is through eBay because of the scalpers. To them, I say, people, wait till the interest in getting those amiibos via eBay and from those scalpers die down, so they actually sell them back to the brick and mortar store. Then after that, then you can go hands-on them. But yeah, I guess no one actually thinks that way. They just want to get those amiibos as soon as possible. But anyway, I digress. Then they showed Dr. Mario Miracle Cure, which you can actually pre-purchase it today. Now, it was very interesting to see they actually put the Dr. Luigi mode with the L-shaped capsules in this game
They
as
did that
well.
in Dr. Luigi for the Wii U version.
Oh, you can actually get that when on the Super Luigi U?
No, it's Dr. Luigi.
Oh, you mean, yeah, they did it in the Year of Luigi thing. Yeah, I remember that one. So I guess to those people who kind of missed out on that and wanted this game, they'll get the Dr. Luigi mode with it as well. And then afterwards, we have Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon coming this winter. Okay, I'm actually a bit pet peeved by the title, which they just put in Super in there, but I digress. But at least it's much better than saying Pokemon New Mystery Dungeon, so I'll give them that. Anyone interested in this game?
No.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah.
I never played one, so.
I played the ones on the DS and the Game Boy Advance, and so I actually like the games. They're basically roguelike games. They're Pokemon companies take on like a roguelike RPG, kind of Sharon's Mystery Dungeon, where you make a move and your enemies make a move, so you have to be careful on how you traverse the environment because they might jump out on your ass and try and kill you and stuff.
Now, you see, the reason why I asked this specifically because I've been hearing that some people, some fans did not like at least one of those games. One was on the DS and the other was on the, I think it was on the GBA. There was one of those games people didn't like that much.
The one on the DS is the one that a lot of people didn't like.
I see. Well,
The one that accompanying that awful Mystery Dungeon cartoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
The one that accompanied that awful Mystery Dungeon cartoon. Remember they had a short cartoon? I think it was the DS version.
Was it really an anime or was it like a OV?
It could have been an OVA. The thing is that Mystery Dungeon is based off of like games that are kind of popular in Japan. You don't see a lot of them in Western culture that much, but like where you're in a dungeon and it's real time, but every time you take a step, it uses a turn, and your enemies have turns too. So every time you move, the enemy does a move. So you have to be careful on how you move around in the dungeon.
You're kind of basically describing checkers, but with Pokemon flair.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like checkers, but everyone moves simultaneously. You get it? You get what I'm saying? So, you move, the enemy moves. You move, like, if anyone here ever played Lufia.
I want to get the second one on SNES because I heard.
Yeah, Lufia. Like, remember how in the dungeons where you'd move when you did a movement, the enemies would move. Well, that's kind of like how. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is, except the battles aren't turn-based; they're real time. So, that's kind of cool.
All right. Now, Fox, since you say that these type of games we don't see them here on the U.S. and they are only in Japan, do you think Mystery Dungeon could be the type of game to break that?
To sell well? It's gonna sell to Pokemon fans. That's who it's gonna sell.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying dating sim's gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not gonna happen. No.
Yeah, it depends. There's a certain niche. Like, okay, Pokemon has a huge niche, so this game, like Yokai Watch, is gonna sell to Pokemon fans, and it's gonna get a few new people because it's different from it's different enough from Pokemon that it's not like a Pokemon knockoff. But generally speaking, these games are like Pokemon Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is going. Like, the cool thing about Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is that it has all 720 Pokemon, so you don't have to trade with anyone. You don't have to go and talk to Dave or John or try and put a Pokemon up and then get Eradicate. Like, in good faith, you put a Pokemon up and you want to get something that's worth your while, and they give you a damn Eradicate. Those bastards. But yeah, that's what we're looking at for. That's what we're looking at for Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I'm probably gonna get it. I'm probably gonna get it just so that I can, because I mean I like RPGs and it's an RPG. I mean you get to choose you're starting who you're gonna be. I'm gonna choose a Charmander so I can evolve into a Charizard because let's be frank, of all of the most badass.
This is gonna be on the 3DS.
It's gonna be on 3DS.
It's gonna be the 3DS.
Yeah, I was thinking.
No, go ahead.
Oh, got caught in the wrong time.
And I was just gonna say, we all know that like the most badass starting Pokemon ever is Charizard.
Yeah, hands down. No,
hands down, Charizard is the most badass.
Wings down.
He's the most badass starting Pokemon ever. I don't care who you are or what you do or how much Pokemon you play. He's the most badass starting Pokemon ever. There is no more badass of a starting Pokemon than Charizard.
Right. Well, unless George is back. I guess not.
Despite stats-wise, Charizard, despite the fact
Yeah.
that Charizard stats-wise is terrible.
Yeah, his stats may be terrible, but
He's
since
a fire-breathing dragon.
since they added super training, you can make him into a beast. So,
Well,
which is what I did.
No, the appeal was it was the fact that he was a fire-breathing dragon.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. His stats, like Charizard's special attack and speed, is really high, but his defense sucks, and his attack is like not the worst, but it's not very good either. I always made up for that by giving Charizard, like, one of his 4 moves was Dig, so I could dodge, because if you're fighting against a water type, they're going to throw out a water type if you have a Charizard, and they're going to try and take you one shot, kill you, and I would use Dig to get the first hit in, because his speed is insane, and then when they killed him, I'm like, okay, I'm coming back with the rest of my team, which would include a Snorlax that knew Toxic, because...
Oh, snap, man.
Yeah, Snorlax that knows Toxic. That's like the ultimate. Snorlax, Toxic, Sleep, Hyper Beam, and Body Slam. Just.
Well, if you can use poison on anybody in any RPG, if you can manage to get that to work.
Now they have Pokemon that have Clear Body, which are immune to negative status types, which is why I taught it Body Slam, and which is why you have your Fire type.
Clear Body prevents reduction in stats.
No. I mean, what? No, I also thought it prevented negative status things like poison.
No, it doesn't. It prevents reduction in stats.
Yeah,
I never use status ailments.
I've got a Tentacruel on my Omega. I've got a Tentacruel on my thing on my Pokemon.
Tentacruel. Yes, the gangster of the sea. Yeah, Tentacruel is fun.
Is awesome.
Tentacruel is fun, but my favorite team is my Charizard, my Snorlax, my Blastoise, my Venusaur, because I'm OG Pokemon.
God dang it, man, you got my team.
Yeah, Venusaur, and then I have, to round out my team, I have a Dragon type, because, come on, man, it's Pokemon. You gotta have a Dragon type to round out your team. But I go with Flygon, because Flygon looks really fucking cool, and has beast stats for what it looks like. And
it is good stats, but compared to other dragons, it's not that great.
Well, you're right. It's not that great, but then, I mean, it depends on what you teach your Pokemon in super training. But I taught mine Dragon Claw. What learns Dragon Claw? Dragon Claw, Dragon Blast, Dig, and Fly. So basically,
its typing and its abilities are brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, to take out my Flygon, you have to do so much to hit it, because it knows Dig and Fly, and it's a dragon and it's a dragon and ground type Pokemon, but it also has Levitate. So, because I've had people like, it's a ground type, I'll hit it with an Earthquake. I'm like,
yeah, don't worry.
Which is why I taught my Charizard Dig, because it's also a flying type, and even when it's underground, you hit it with Earthquake, it doesn't do shit. I love that. I like learning. The great thing about RPGs is learning how to break the system while you're playing it.
Well, speaking
I'm
of,
sorry. You were talking about the games.
Yeah. Well, speaking of training, which is a nice segue to train for an event. This next game is Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. And I know majority of us here could care less.
Yeah. Ugh, another one.
No, I'm gonna buy it. I'm actually gonna buy it.
Okay, I'm actually surprised there's actually at least one person in here.
Yeah. You were in the minority, good sir.
It's because my sister likes the game, so I'm gonna buy it.
I don't want to play it. Someone else is gonna play it.
I hate many games. Yeah.
And I would have just ignored this game, but something that caught my attention is they actually going to bring a mini game that is a golf game, which when they say it was the first time they're bringing golf in the Olympic Games. I'm like, wait a minute, golf was never part of the Olympics, but I digress.
No, it used to be part of the Olympics.
Yeah, it used to be. So I was like, I was like, when was it ever taken out? But yeah,
Oh hell, man! They used to have American football in the Olympics, and we dominated so many years that they were like, it's not even fair. And they dropped it because I know everyone's like football, but I mean, I saw someone get in a fight in football, and the dude headbutted a dude. I'm like, who the fuck headbutts someone in a fight? Man, punch somebody. Shit. Sorry.
Honda.
Honda. Gui.
There's some occasions headbutting does work. I digress. Now, afterwards, just after that one, which we've never gotten a release date or even a launch window from the Mario and Sonic game.
Yes! Sorry, this puzzle is taking a long time.
Well, congratulations for Double M to clear a puzzle. Yeah, golf clap for him. Golf clap for him. Onwards. Yeah. Now the next game, they were actually featuring Splatoon, which at the time they were going to bring out or at least release, if it's if it's disc lock content, which I really would like to find out if that's what's true. But yeah, the an NES Zapper type of weapon, which
they already put it out.
Yeah, and it's a shitty weapon too.
It's a bad weapon?
No, it's pretty good.
The NES Zapper, the thing is that the Zapper is good for covering with ink, but if someone's rushing towards you and they have a weapon, and you can't get the drop on them, it's like, oh god, you'll get killed by it. Like every team that I fought against that had a guy with a Zapper on it, we dominated against them.
It's like old times when the Zapper just didn't work right when you were playing Duck.
Yeah, yeah. See, I'm like, dude, you gotta put it right up against the TV, and you get it every time. That's what you gotta do, man. You gotta take that Zapper.
Yeah, so true. It's kind of ironic. They mimicked that of what we were using the Zapper as what was intended. Well, almost intended, but yeah. But since that time that they released that NES Zapper, which is practically a week ago, we have a new weapon that's coming. What is it coming, or they already released it?
Already released it.
Splatter scope.
The splatter. Oh yes, the splatter scope, which is
not splatter scope, Splashomatic.
See, Splatomatic, yeah, Splatomatic. It's fun. It's a fun weapon.
It's not that great in my opinion.
No, it's not great. It doesn't have a lot of stopping power, and its range is rather meh. Cool. But its sub weapon, oh my god, its sub weapon. Those suction bombs, they are so good for just going after dudes who like to troll and hide in the corner and hit you with and control areas.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, suction bombs, as in they actually suck up your opponent?
No, they stick to the wall.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
They're great. Like basically, I was using because I went and bought this weapon today, and I used it in a few matches. I used it for 3 matches. I won all 3 of them using it, and it was on Salt Spray Rig, which is it's one where sometimes some people's strategy is to hang out and keep you from going down on this lower area to paint it by sniping at you. The suction bombs make that really hard to do because you can throw it and then and control the area so that they have to go down and then you can kill them. Like everyone I played against, and these were high level people, like level 20. I was able to really stick it to them with the the weapon. I forgot. I keep on calling it the splatter scope, but that's not what it's called.
Splatomatic.
Yeah, Splatomatic. So it depends on what your play style is. Like,
go on.
No, it just depends on what your play style is. Like, if you prefer to use a lot of sub weapons while you're playing, then it's really good because its sub weapon is really good. The main weapon kind of sucks though. So.
Okay, now speaking about the sub weapon, what does anyone remember the sub weapon for the NES Zapper? If it came with sub weapon.
The NES Zapper's sub weapon is it's the point, it's the sensor, which kind of sucks because it just doesn't.
The Zapper one is the splat bombs.
No, I thought it was the
special. The special is the echolocator.
Yeah, it's the echolocator, which just tells you where you're.
But surprisingly enough, that actually does come in a lot of handy.
Well, if you're dealing with people that like to hide, but the thing is like normally, the way a fight goes, if you're running around looking for someone to shoot and not painting.
But then it also could be a good advantage if you know exactly where your opponent is, you can just find a way to great, for the lack of a better word, surprise him if he's busy covering ink in his area. So you can just cover behind and go splat, then cover his area.
I've done that. One of my favorite tactics to use in Splatoon right now is with my loadout. I've got it in such a way that like I can basically hide in the ink and kind of move very like is paint on a wall, go up there and just wait and slowly then have them run past me, jump out and kill them, and then paint over where they went. Like I've had times where I've three dudes would rush me, one after another, and I would kill all three of them and then just paint over where they were. And like I'm not saying I'm dominating. I'm just saying if you rush towards me, unless you got a Kraken, unless you got the ability to turn into a Kraken, just okay. You come on, bring it.
I can see your opponents actually underestimate you at that time.
Well, this happened today. Like I had the scope thing and the splatter thing, and they couldn't handle it.
Right. Well, moving on. And speaking about ink, the next game is all about art, and it's Art Academy Home Studio, which is another game or program, whatever you want to call it, is pre-purchased since that time, and I kind of forgot what new stuff they were bringing up with Home Studio. Oh, well, at least one that I remember is you can actually share how you do your artworks, so others could learn from your experiences, something like that, which is actually kind of cool. Kind of brought in the whole for the lack of a better word, academics fail. But anyway, I digress. Anyone in here that is has a penchant for artistic?
I mean, it looks. If I could draw, I would definitely get it.
Yeah.
It's just like I'll be putting up some scribbles, and then people have these masterpieces on Miiverse, and then I'm just there with this piece of crap.
Yeah, like if I was artistically inclined, I'd be like, wow, that's awesome. But I mean, I can draw, but it takes me a long time. Like I've seen people who are good at it, like draw stuff that would take me like a day. They can do in like 20 minutes. They can do like 20 minutes and make it look damn sure better than I can. So.
How much does the software cost? Because the way they were talking about it, it seems like any other software costs like $500.
Art Academy is pretty good. Like from the base version of it is pretty damn. Because I've seen some of the shit people have drawn with it, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, but, that's just a sketch pad.
Yeah, I think it's like $10 or $15 on the eShop. I mean, for what you're getting, it's really. I mean, you know.
So it's actually content heavy.
Well, I mean,
it's stuff you can do.
I'm not going to say it's content heavy. It's just it's limited. They give you a ton of stuff to do with it. I mean, they give you a ton of tools, and you're limited by your imagination. and skill. Imagination. I forgot the skill. You're limited by your imagination. And and if you actually are skilled, because we all have really good imaginations, but if you asked me to draw you a Death Star, I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry.
But if you could pick my brain, you'd pick the most awesome Death Star that ever could be created.
Yeah. If they ever figure out a way to enable someone to hook their brain up to a thing, and like you think it and it would draw it for you, oh man, it would put artists out of business. Because they're like, I do it by hand. I'm like, yeah, I thought that shit and it happened. How you like that? How you like dumb apples, bitch?
Instead of my Death Star would be like a Unicron transformer. Instead of destroying planets, it eats them to get energy.
See, for one, my Death Star wouldn't have gaping holes and weak points to, for little small TIE fighters to come, for little small rebel fighters to come in and destroy.
Yeah.
So there would be no exhaust port, so that
No.
it's the right size for a proton torpedo that some bush pilot from a little shitty planet with 2 suns, who's really good at bombing womp rats, could go into a forced trance, slow down time, and aim perfectly to get that sucker down there.
No. It wouldn't.
I think you need an exhaust port for just about anything, so that exhausts that heat before it actually blows up your Death Star before it even.
I could just have a vent that doesn't require a target area that could fit proton torpedoes in it. And then furthermore, I'd have an energy shield over that vent as well.
They did have an energy shield in the second one. But unfortunately,
the second one, yeah, but
the
second one had a big gaping hole.
A ragtag group of rebels, along with some adorable little teddy bears, came together
with stones.
Shield, and one gigantic Wookiee with 6-inch long claws.
And the ability to control an Imperial Walker.
Yeah, and the ability to pilot an AT-ST Walker. Took down that shield. Then a pilot who was also on hand during the first Death Star's destruction, and the galaxy's most pimpin' black dude ever, along with a Silurian, got in the Millennium Falcon and blew it up a second time. So,
Now that
not to mention somehow Han Solo managed to save Lando Calrissian while he was blind.
Yeah.
Now that's what I call imagination.
No, that's called Star Wars. I mean, the first Star Wars trilogy will always be the best. I don't care. I know people are like, well, J.J. Abrams is making.
I don't think the first 3 movies are bad, but yeah, the original trilogy. I don't think the Star Wars Episode 1, 2, and 3 are bad, but yeah, I agree. The first trilogy.
Oh no! 2 was awful. 2 was.
2 is definitely the weakest.
2 was bad. 2 was bad. The first movie was awful.
I actually liked the first one.
With Jar Jar Binks, Misa and Puju.
Man, why so many Jar Jar, man?
Misa,
I actually liked the first Star Wars movie. The second one was my least favorite.
Oh,
no, the first one. Are you an angel?
Of the Crown.
Are you an angel, Padme?
I mean, come on, Darth Maul was awesome.
Darth Maul. Look, the best part about that film is the ending lightsaber duel with Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's the best part of Phantom Menace.
That's the only reason you would watch the first movie.
That's the only reason I watched it, because I remember standing in line to watch that film. I remember standing in line, seeing people who painted themselves to look like Darth Maul. I remember seeing like fans getting in arguments with new, younger fans who were like, this movie's going to be awesome. And we were like, no, this movie will never, you can't even touch the shoe of the original trilogy. And we were right. We didn't know how right we were, but we were right.
I liked the third movie because it was just a giant spectacle.
It ended. It ended. That's the best part about the third movie is that the third movie. The best part about the third movie is about the second and third movies is that they set up Star Wars, A New Hope, and The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi.
It's
Thank God.
I didn't really care about the stories like dog fights, lightsaber battles.
No, I mean, like,
colors.
if you love the Star Wars universe, then watch the original, the prequel. I'm not gonna call it the prequel trilogy, because if you like the history, because like at the end of Episode 2, you're like seeing the clone troopers in their new spiffy outfits that look really familiar to something else you'll see in the original trilogy, and walking into starships that are like, hey, those starships look really familiar. Oh shit! And this is Chancellor Palpatine. Kill him now, please kill him now. Just kill him. just shoot him in the face, please, please, please. And the lightsaber duels in the original in the prequel trilogy are really cool. Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Grievous, like the Jedi fighting the Genosians. That was pretty cool.
The things with Clone Wars, in the Clone Wars, they made General Grievous look like a badass, and in Star Wars Episode 3, they made him look like a complete and utter piece of shit.
I think that was the time that he was almost at the end of his life.
Yeah. General Grievous. Like my favorite, but they killed off some of my favorite Jedis with Order 66.
Plo Koon, Kit Fisto.
Well, I like the chick with the dual lightsabers, because I was like, man, she's got dual lightsabers. Dual lightsabers are always cooler than just one lightsaber, because they got 100% more sword. but if you believe what what Lloyd Irving says in
Might as well
Tales
take it on.
Symphonia. But the coolest thing about the third movie, Revenge of the Sith, is that fight between Yoda and the Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
And before anyone says any shit, man, the Emperor really kicked Yoda's ass. Let me tell you something.
What?
Look, they knew where Yoda was on that planet. They didn't go back there because the Emperor's like, I don't want none of that shit again. No, I'm staying my ass right here. I ain't sending no one. Not even Darth Vader was as badass as he thought he was. I know where he is. I ain't going over there. Shit, he might kick my ass too. Shit, I ain't.
So true.
They knew where he was. They wasn't going over there. He got his ass kicked by a Muppet.
Well, kind of a good segue of going for the next game, which Bill Trinen actually mentioned Project Treasure. It was never shown in the Micro Direct, so I was like, I was a bit miffed. There
was a trailer.
I'm gonna go there.
It was a trailer.
Because after I finished watching the Direct, I was like, let me look for it. I'm seeing the trailer on YouTube, and I was like, okay, click it in, and then the first thing you see when the trailer opens is an upskirt with big buns in your face. I'm like, oh, I can see why, but I digress. Now, I've seen complaints, no, not complaints, more like nagging about the graphics of this game, and I'm like,
I don't think the game is intended to be like some, it's not intended to be some AAA title. I think it's meant to intended to be like
exactly, because
it's really. It doesn't have a big budget. They probably just like Splatoon. That Splatoon was revealed like with Project Guard and with Project Project Guard, and I forgot the other one. But yeah, those games are not really intended to be Project Robot. Those I think they're gonna show more information at this E3 about those two games too. But those games are not meant to be a huge exclusive. Those games are really just a test. Like Project Robot, it utilizes the gamepad a lot with the security cameras and stuff. So they really try to put games out with those small games. Those games are made to put in between the gaps and where they don't have games. so then they can say we do have something to play, or yeah.
But from what I've seen, graphics aside, from what I've seen, the game looks like it looks like they got a pretty cool concept. I mean, it looks like they're kind of going for a Japanese Left 4 Dead S style game, but more with a Japanese kind of but more with like a Japanese personality. So it's gonna have like elements of puzzle solving, exploration, but you're also gonna be hacking and slashing enemies at the same time in like a group of 4 people.
I'll even go further to say that since they did say it was a free-to-play game before, and when I saw how it looked, I'm like, okay, I didn't even expect it would be looking at least that good. Not great, but at least that good for a free-to-play game.
True.
I'm a little worried that it's a free-to-play game.
Yeah, so am I.
And the only reason I say this is because like it can be free to play, but I'd rather than be like, okay, $19.99, you get the whole damn game, like all the content that comes $19.99. Like if you want to play it for free, you get like a limited amount of content. Like I don't want to be nickel and dimed for the life of that game if I play it. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do that. And that's where I'm worried that it's free to play. Yeah. As far as those other games go. They are budget titles. Like Splatoon is a budget title for Nintendo, and the developers who made it are making buku cash off of this game right now because it's sold out in Japan. You can't find it. People are going into back alleys to Spike in Japan, like their version of Spike in Japan, to get this game. Hey man, I want that Splatoon. I need $30,000. 30,000 yen, son.
Yeah, and on top of being a free-to-play game, it's also online only, which that alone for me, you killed my enthusiasm for this game.
Well, I mean, you have to have if it's online only and you have to have online, that's where I'm going to have a problem. But dude, this is Namco Bandai. Personally speaking, instead of Project Treasure, I would have rather have had a re-release of Soul Calibur 2 with Link on it on the system. That's just me. With online, we could have online mode. That would have been perfect for me. I wasn't asking for Project Treasure, but whatever.
I'm in the same boat as you, Red Fox. But yeah, now
I'm old school like that.
Yeah, we all are here like that. But on to the next game, which I really did wish that the whole the spark for Star Wars discussion happened at this juncture, but anyway, I digress. Can't have them all. Right, so this next game, with all the mechas, small mechas, toy mechas, we have a game called LBX, which is Little Battlers Experience, which is coming out in August 21st this year. And it's actually inspired? No. Okay, for the lack of a better word, inspired by an anime that actually was showed last year by the same title. And actually, before they even showed the title of this game, or even the whole anime look, I was like, oh shoot, is this Custom Robo? Oh, it's Custom Robo! And I was like, oh great, Red Fox is going to flip his head with this. And then when I saw it's not a Custom Robo game,
it is a Custom Robo game.
Yeah.
Actually, a few caveats. You got your information a little mixed up. Little Battlers came out in Japan like 2-3 years ago, and they're finally localizing it now.
Yeah, actually, I meant last year. Yeah, localized last year on Nickelodeon.
It was localized. They're localizing it now, but it came out 2 or 3 years ago. The anime came out.
No, wait. Actually, the first season was last year. They're doing a second season right now.
The anime came out. The anime came out like a year after the game. I'm talking about the game. The game itself is being localized now. The game's been out for 2 or 3 years in Japan. It's based off of in Japan. It's called something else, but this is a Custom Robo game. Okay, and I'm okay with that because I love Custom Robo. I'm not okay with the anime shit, but I love Custom Robo, so I don't care.
Yeah, it's like that's all. A taste of Custom Robo. That's all we're going to get for now. Yeah. Anyone else excited for this game? Bueller?
They don't like custom robo, dude.
What game is that again? Remind me. What's the name of the game?
LBX, Little Battlers Experience.
Oh yeah, that looks fun.
Yeah.
Well, moving
You
on.
don't want no custom robo.
Moving
Personally,
on.
you know what would have been cooler if they had just remade the original. If they had remade custom robo for the GameCube, like the idea behind that, but brought it to a more modern time,
Heck,
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, I wouldn't. There were 2 custom robo games that was made, right?
No, there's tons of custom robo. There was one on the Game Boy. There was one on the N64. There was one on the. There was like, well, not the Game Boy. The Game Boy Advance. There was one on the N64. There was one on the GameCube, obviously. There was one on the DS, one on the 3DS, and there's another one on the 3DS which they just released, which they released 2 or 3 years ago, and they're localizing now. That's the thing about Nintendo. There's like people keep on saying they don't want region locking. To hell with region locking. I just want more localized games. I don't care about the region locking.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially if it's a heavy text game, yes, region locking, please. Not region locking. I mean localization, please.
Exactly. Like RPGs.
Right. Yeah, right. Moving on. Now, almost in the vein of RPG, this next game that was shown is called Puzzles and Dragons, and it's already released.
Yeah, I need to pick it up.
Yeah, and we have at least one panelist here that has the game, and to my surprise, they actually showed that there's I think it was hard mode, or was it a second playthrough of the game? Which, Mr. Red Fox, is that true?
I haven't gotten that far, but I haven't gotten that far in either versions of the game because you get 2 games for $30, $15 each, roughly speaking, and there's a whole second playthrough. There's there's eight places, and there's 8 extra worlds on the first one, and then 8 extra worlds in the Super Mario Edition. I mean, this game is a value.
Yeah.
It's $30. You get a ton of content for those $30. Plus, the people for the Puzzle and Dragon Z portion of it are still releasing content for it daily, or daily or weekly, which is awesome.
Okay, that's actually sweet. Right. Then moving on to the whole RPG epicness, we have they showed Bravely Second in Leon coming in 2016, which is next year. So it is coming, ladies and gentlemen. It is coming.
Thank goodness.
Now, anyone wants to splurge on this?
I just have one question. How much did Nintendo have to pay to get this game localized? Because Square Enix wasn't going to do it. So we're thinking about bringing that game over to the United States.
It sold pretty good.
And it sold well. It didn't sell as well as the first Bravely Default, but it sold. I mean, here's the thing. It's a 3DS game. They took the engine from the first game and made the second game. It was not that cheap it was not that expensive to make that game. And they made their money back in Japan. And all they have to do is just localize the shit and bring it over. I don't understand what the problem is.
Would you even go so far to say that they reused some of the assets of the first game?
Oh, I know they reused some of the assets. It's the same engine. They reused a lot of the same assets. And here's how I know it's an issue with Square Enix and not just because it's an RPG. Do you know how long it took for them to localize Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, and Secret of Mana? Within the same year. Secret of Mana released, and within 8 months, it was in America. Okay? Now, I'm not saying the translation is perfect, but goddamn it's understandable.
Son of a submariner, you pay for this.
Bastards.
It took that one. It took them 8 months. I can see why it's at least understandable and not epic.
I'm sorry, I'm just not. I'm not enthralled with Square Enix these days. I just find that they don't make good stuff like they used to. I'm sorry.
That's because they became Square Enix.
Well, as you said, Red Fox, they lost most of their magic, and now they're at Monolith Soft.
Yeah, it's a damn shame too.
Actually, looking
Although
at
Bravely Default was a pretty good game. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, but that was made by the guy who had up to that point been making those Crystal Chronicle, not the Warriors of Light, like those two Warrior of Light games that are basically Final Fantasy 1 retold over and over and over again.
Yeah, it was, what Silicon Studio made.
Yeah.
Just call it Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like Bravely Default started as a Final Fantasy game, and then Square Enix got scared and was like, "Oh, we can't do that." After Final Fantasy 13 bombed spectacularly.
Well, Final Fantasy 13 was a bad game. It was a bad Final Fantasy game.
And they made two more because the first bomb wasn't enough for them. You know, they're like, we gotta push it. And I'm like, come on, man.
Spent all that money on that engine, so it
Look, when you burn your hand that badly, you stop sticking your hand in the oven. Not, well, I'm gonna keep on cooking it till the meat falls off and somebody can eat it. Yeah, I know that was really graphic. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Who's willing to bet that there'll be a Final Fantasy 13 trilogy remaster?
Oh, I know there's gonna be. They are.
What?
Me.
Are you serious? You're jesting me, right? You're
It's
jesting.
already in the books. They're gonna re-release 13 trilogy on PS4 and Xbox One and PC.
not shocked. I remember when they first showed 13. That engine looks expensive. Somebody's got to pay off the bills, I guess.
Yeah, that engine looks expensive, and the game itself is shit. So it's an expensive piece of shit. That's what I would not pay. I don't know how much they paid for that game, but I would not pay that much for that piece of shit. I wouldn't. Like, whatever happened to the days where their games were good and they probably weren't graphically like the best of the best, but they were pretty damn good looking, and the stories were tight and the characters were good. Like, does anyone here give a shit about Lightning? I don't.
No.
I mean, come on, Red Fox.
Give me Terra and Celeste any day.
Yeah.
Well, Red Fox, they were learning from Sony. You know, whole graphic intensive, make the game look freaking good, but
Yeah.
not much stuff.
Game looked good, played like shit. Sorry to cut you off real quick, but Q&A app is open. For those of you who might have questions, you can ask them in the Q&A app. Okay, thanks.
Right. Well,
so what were you saying?
I was just gonna I was just gonna say something, but never mind about that. So that's how the direct ended. And with some of our panelists, it was kind of sour. But anyway,
I mean, I wasn't expecting much as it was a micro direct, and they pretty much want all the small projects get out the way for E3.
Yep. Like they're just getting the little
save
shit
room
out
for the big ones.
Yeah, they're just getting the knocking that little shit out the way.
To be honest, they showed more than I expected for a micro.
Yeah, even I thought.
Yeah.
That way.
About 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean they're getting the little shit out the way, and I wonder. I mean, if this is what Nintendo, because like here's the thing, they could have easily not dropped that mini direct and put that into their main event. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that could have easily been main event stuff. Like, hey, Bravely Default's coming next year. I mean, they could have done that, but they didn't. They were like, they're getting the little shit out the way, and if that's little shit, I just can't imagine what the big shit's gonna be. So. I mean, goddamn.
But it's gonna be one of those. The shit's gonna be so big you can't even flush it.
Nintendo's gonna shit on Microsoft and Sony. It's like Sony, obviously.
Especially Sony.
I mean, but here's the thing, Microsoft. I mean, look, Phil Spencer's gonna try his hardest. He's gonna put his heart and soul into it, and it's still not gonna be enough.
But then that's the thing. That was the micro direct. But even after that, Nintendo's been showing some trailers of other games that haven't been shown, at least not yet or at that time. Which is one that was an eShop game, I think, I didn't actually look at the trailer because I didn't have time, but it's called Lord of Magna, Made in Heaven.
Yeah, that's made by the Rune Factory folk.
Rune Factory. Okay, now that's already an awesome game. I can say it right now. And then there was one called this is an indie shop game, which is Adventures of Pip, which we've seen some clips of it before, and I'm like, changing from 8-bit to 16-bit and vice versa. I was like, yeah, that's actually kind of cool.
Oh yeah, that game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that because it's something I would definitely enjoy.
So yeah, before or in the very earliest that they showed, I wasn't exactly interested, but as time went on, when they showed more stuff, I'm actually much more interested in it as well. And then we have trailers of Lego Jurassic World, which I'm kind of not surprised this happened, but anyone actually have interested in this game? Anyone in the panelist here?
Dot.
I saw it too.
Look, the only Lego game I care about was Lego Star Wars and Lego Avengers.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've never really been into the Lego games, to be fair. It's not that I think they're bad games or that it's just one of those games that I just never found the time to really decide to get into.
Yeah, it's not exactly drawn in my preference, but hey, I can't knock the game if it actually plays well.
Most Lego games do look good, but like I said, that one, it's just Lego games are just not something Lego games is just something I just choose not to get into.
Right. Onwards, and then the next thing, I didn't even know there's a trailer. I didn't even expect such a game would actually exist, let alone created. But it seems that Sega went back to the drawing board and they announced Sonic Boom: Fire and Ice. Anyone here thought they'd see this coming? Because this was definitely a back to the face to me.
Well, the 3DS version was alright. So the 3DS version was okay. So Sega's just, I guess in this one, Sega's just what's next at the moment.
I mean, let's be frank.
You talk about that Sonic Boom.
Yeah, the Sonic Boom on the 3DS made money for them.
Yeah.
It sold the most. It wasn't the one that was a broken piece.
The Wii U version was just trash. That's the version that was trash.
Just embarrassing. Like literally, Big Red Button. Like they need to have a soul searching trip to figure out. Like
to be honest, a lot of it wasn't really Big Red Button. A lot of it was Sega.
Yeah. Sega, yeah.
No, I'm gonna say
it could be dealing with the budget. It could be
it was Big Red Button, and the reason why is because they said themselves, we had this running on PC. We showed it to Sega on PC. I'm like, well, if you're making a game for Wii U and you like have it on PC, but you don't have it running on the dev kit, I mean, clearly there's going to be issues, and then you're going to choose an engine that you're going to have difficulty porting over.
That's the thing. I bet they were already using the engine for PC, and I'm thinking that Sega said, no, you're gonna use that for
the multiplayer aspect. CryEngine just wasn't designed for that, so that was another issue in itself. Like having to try and rewrite the CryEngine to support like multiplayer, like local multiplayer.
Like here's what they should have done with that game. Okay, and I'm just gonna. I mean, I'm not a developer, but I mean, I have played enough games to know well-made games from poorly made games. That game should have been a Ratchet and Clank clone. Okay, give someone a course to run through, maybe like a hub world where you can explore and kind of like say stuff like people to talk to and shit and do missions for. Like maybe like, hey, you have to race this person, and if you win, you get a certain amount of rings. You can take the rings and buy upgrades for your character. So like, you can buy better shoes for Sonic or a new wrap for him, because apparently Sonic Boom needs wraps everywhere on him. and a new scarf or some shit. I don't know. But I mean, that could have been a really interesting game, and instead, it's like no one knew what the hell they wanted to do with that game. Like, well, is it going to be a platformer? Is it going to be a beat 'em up? Is it going to be a speed 'em up like most Sonic games? I mean, he's running on water, he's going underwater. I mean, no one knew what the hell they were doing. And you don't give a game like that to a brand new studio. Yes, I know these were people who had been who previously had been in Naughty Dog, but I mean, like, I don't give a shit if they were at Naughty Dog. They don't, you don't.
They didn't run the studio. They were just employees. You know?
They were just people working there. You don't give those people that.
Right.
But that's just me. Who's playing Street Fighter 2?
Me.
The original Street Fighter 2 too.
Oh, I'm playing Champion Edition.
Oh yeah, with the black guy and the white guy fighting in the opening. I always thought that shit was racist.
Why you say that?
Because you're going to have a white guy beat up a black guy. Come on, we all know that for like 50 years, all the heavyweight champions of the world were black. Come on, man. Who used to with that shit?
Well, speaking about championships, this next one is the Nintendo World Championship of 2015, which Nintendo dropped an announcement 3 days ago of it, and they were actually giving out more information about the. I forgot how many of the original contestants are going to come back. I think it was eight. Eight. Well, eight returning contenders. Then the 8 qualifiers for this year's World Championship, and then we have 3 commentators, which one of them is none other than the Black Nerd Andre. Well, not GVG INU Andre, the other Andre.
Yeah.
And then we finally got an actual confirmation of who's going to be the host, which is Kevin Pereira, the Sega fanboy himself.
You mean Attack of the Show, Kevin Pereira?
Yeah.
That's the exact same Kevin Pereira.
That's going to be interesting.
Kevin Pereira's okay. I mean, he's.
It's not. Yeah, that's what I feel about it. At least.
I mean, it's better than Morgan Webb or Adam Sessler, so I can't really. He's not as fanboyish as Morgan Webb or Adam Sessler, so I can't be like.
I actually used to like Adam Sessler, but then he got real stupid.
Well, he got old and cranky. He's like, I don't know if I can play Super Mario 3D World or Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. The controls. I'm like, if you can't play this game, you suck.
You know what? Even after that, I would have still let him slide, but then something just had to happen around February. Was it March? That really, you know what, Adam Sessler, screw you.
He's a fool, man. That's all it is.
Well, I digress. And then,
miserable man.
yeah. Well,
address the cess, son. Address the cess. Address the cess.
That's a good one. Which is, he really needs to be addressed.
No, that was his thing because it was a rip off of Sessler's soapbox.
Well, yeah. Which now it's actually ironic that the things that he's been doing. He's the one who needs to be addressed. That's what I'm saying. That's the fun in it. But now, after the World Championship, then we have just recently, there have been leaks going out about if there's the possibility of these 2 DLC characters, which is Roy from Fire Emblem and the Street Fighter Karate Kid, none other than Ryu himself.
Yep.
Why the heck would Ryu be in Super Smash Brothers? We already know how he fights. Isn't the whole point of Smash Brothers sort of creating, thinking about how these characters would fight?
Now, if I remember correctly, Sakurai did say that he didn't want to put characters that that are actually, from a fighting game, because he wanted Smash Brothers to have characters that you wouldn't think that they can fight or have any fighting abilities.
Look, I'm going to tell you why I did it, and it's pretty simple. It's 2 reasons. First of all, he's making a lot of money. They're getting profit sharing for this shit. Secondly, I think this is going to be his last Smash Brothers, and he's going to go out with a bang. This is going to be the ultimate Smash Brothers.
Didn't he say that was about when Smash Bros. Bros. Released that was going to be his last one, though?
Yeah, he always says this is his last one, but like really, I don't think he's joking this time. I think he's because I mean, really, where can he go? The only way I could see him topping Smash Brothers 4 is if in the next Smash Brothers they made it so that it had a dynamite single player and like an open world where you could like go and like visit places and open up new areas and recruit people to join your team and switch with them and jump like they did in Brawl, but also had all the online stuff that they have in Smash 4. Like that's the only way I could see it really opening up the game in that regards. But that's just me.
Now, I thought that you were going to say because he could be a possible DLC character, that because the Smash Brothers Ball Out.
No, they just get paid. Look, Nintendo is getting paid to put Ryu in this game because it's advertisement. This is advertisement for Street Fighter.
Capcom?
It's advertising. Yeah, they're getting paid for it. Like here's the thing. Like I heard when they were
wait. But before you go there, yes, advertisement for a game that's about to be that's being in development right now, but no confirmation to being on the Wii U.
Oh, it's not going to be on the Wii, which is why it's so funny when I heard people saying that. Oh, I want to see Banjo-Kazooie in Smash Brothers. I'm like, why? I mean, why would Nintendo? I mean, like, if for a third party, because we've seen third parties in Smash Brothers. I mean, look at like even in Brawl, you had Sonic, right? But
yeah,
I mean, they've got like third party characters from third party developers. But why would they put a rival first party character into their? I mean, because let's be frank, like Capcom could have 5 Dynamite years in a row, they still ain't gonna overtake Nintendo in their own sphere. It's not gonna happen. So I mean, yeah, they can. Yeah, Capcom wants to give Nintendo like $3 million, $2 million to put Ryu in the game. Shit, why not?
Now I'm going to pose at least 3 questions about this, because I wanted to say question 1. Anyone would still believe that this could be a possibility that Ryu could be appearing in Smash Brothers?
We'll find out at 10:40 Sunday, when Eastern time, when Sakurai has his pre-Smash Direct.
I almost say somebody's without a job if they leaked it like a day early.
Yeah, if this is really true, but then
well, they can leak it if they want to. I mean, I've seen the things they had. It looks legit. I'm sorry, it looks kind of legit.
It looks legit, like the whole Rayman thing as well, which.
No, Rayman. Look, after what Ubisoft did, Nintendo would slit their wrist before they put that fucker in a game. I'm sorry. No. If you thought that was legit, you smoking some good shit. You must be getting something from Spike.
Right. Well, now the follow-up question to that is, if this really is the case, then we have a third-party franchise, but no, the franchise of a company that actually has more than one character representing in Smash Brothers, which I feel like the balance for just one character for a third party character has been askew.
Oh, they do have amiibo suits that was leaked out too. Like they had Heihachi from Tekken, they had Akira from Virtua Fighter, so it's still a little bit more balanced. Just they may not be playable fighters. So they have Proto Man and Mega and X as
Yeah, and they say they're out in Zero, which sounds really legit because if they have X and Proto Man, then it's not that much of a jump to have Zero. The thing, it seems really legit except for Heihachi because Tekken. Well, but then again, Tekken was on.
There was
It was on the
Tekken
Game Boy Advance.
Tekken was on the Game Boy Advance. Tekken was also on. They had that Tekken Tag Tournament 2 on the Wii U. I think all these characters have appeared on a Nintendo console. I think the only thing is like if the character has not appeared on a Nintendo console and isn't a first party, like an opposing person's first party thing. But I think at this point, if Microsoft wants to give Nintendo a check for a lot of money to put Banjo-Kazooie in Smash Brothers, then damn it, Microsoft can have Banjo-Kazooie in Smash Brothers if they write a check for it. Here's $10 million. Sure, we'll put your shitty mascot in Smash Brothers that you guys haven't used at all for years now because you're stupid.
Let's pretend nuts and bolts don't exist.
Nuts and bolts.
Right. Well, with that ends my topic of today. Oh gosh, we went 2 hours in my topic.
All good.
I don't know. Do you think one of the reasons why do you think one of the reasons why a lot of families didn't buy into the Wii U at first is because they just wasn't ready to move on from the Wii? Because I know quite a few families that have Wii U's now.
The tables have turned.
I mean, obviously, I don't think it's still going to push as much as the Wii, but I think more and more people are kind of like catching up. I think more and more people are like ready to move on from the Wii to the Wii U. I think that's why.
Well, if people have not moved on by now, then I don't know what they're missing because there are a lot of great games like Mario 3D World, of course, Smash, and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, Bayonetta 2, a lot of new good games like Star Fox, Xenoblade, so I don't see why not.
I think a lot of people that got the Wii were like one-time owners, like people getting it for Wii Sports and Boom Blocks and stuff like that. These people aren't going to move on from that console. They're going to stick with it and use it to play their games that they have on it, and it's fun for them. And that's good for them. I think that Nintendo needs to build their audience by doing what they always do, which is appealing to their base and making games you can't get on anything else. And, I mean, as you can see, the Wii U has been selling. The sales have been going up. Yeah, it's not going to be like it was during the Wii, but shit. I mean, it's really, like, people are like, well, it's not selling as much as the Wii. The Wii U's not selling as much as the Wii. Shit, no console out right now is selling as much as the Wii. Not even the PS4. Not even that bullshit that people tell you. Well, the PS4, it still has not outsold at the pace that the Wii had. The Wii did. It hasn't.
Every other console.
Going on as an offshoot of what Mike is saying about people are actually, you see the Wii U's more now in houses. I think it was earlier today, or was it yesterday or last night? We've come to know that at least, I think it was at least last month or last week, the sales for the Wii U that's being sold currently actually outpaces the PS4 right now. Again.
And they won't tell you that. Like, the thing is like there's a like you look at the NPD numbers just for Splatoon and they're like, well, it came in 5th.
Yeah,
it was only tracked for 2 goddamn days. It was only tracked for 2 days. Because it dropped on the 29th, and they only had it for 2 days. So for 2 days, it sold enough to place 5th. Imagine how much it's sold now. I mean, because apparently people are offering to elicit favors to people on the streets in Japan to buy the shit because they can't find it. So I mean, hey man, I need that Splatoon. People in the UK, they stole a damn truck full of the damn things.
That is true.
In Micah's neck of the woods, they had Vin Diesel and Paul Walker band together, and The Rock band together and steal a truck full of the damn things.
Yeah, Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, Fast and the Furious style. I mean, like, here's the thing, okay? And here's the thing about Splatoon. Like I said earlier, it's a budget title for Nintendo. They did not spend, like, I bet they didn't even spend a million to make that game. I would be surprised if they spent $300,000.
This isn't a heavy costing game.
He's playing Splatoon now. I mean,
it's addictive. It is addictive because I'm telling you, Micah's been seeing the dude in the back alley. He needs his fix.
Spike, what you got for me?
It's like, man, I got something for you, but I'm gonna need 30,000 G's. God damn, that's expensive. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
man.
You
remember the episode of American Dad where Stan's like, I think where Stan was on crack and he was just like, his family like, Fee, Stan, we can help you. I don't need help. I need crack. That's how I feel with Splatoon right now.
I always keep bringing up Fire Emblem Awakening. How much did that game have to sell for them to keep making that franchise? Which is, it was almost like $250,000 they just need to sell for it to be a success for them. So, yeah. That's small budget, my friend.
Well, Nintendo keeps their budgets in line. Like, that's the thing. Like, when people say this game bombed, like, they're like, well, Project Steam bombed. Yeah, but, I mean, if they kept... Because Project Steam looks like a budget title. I mean, it's fun. I had fun playing it, but it's a budget title. So clearly, I mean, even if it sold like 150,000, which I know it cracked over 150,000, that's still money in Nintendo's pocket.
It's just the industry is to the point where anything that doesn't sell Call of Duty numbers, Grand Theft Auto numbers,
or over $1 million.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, exactly. Any kind of annual title that sells millions a year to the masses. People don't. If a new game has like only sold like 500,000 or just 1 million, they say, "Oh, failure."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like Bayonetta 2.
It's silly. It's silly because no one takes consideration the budgets for these games. Like, if something costs you less to make, then obviously you only have to sell less to make the profit. So it's just like, we could look at these sales and judge them all we want, but what does it mean if one company is making profit and another isn't?
Yeah, it's just like Destiny cost $500 million to make, including advertisements and stuff. So
and I bet it costs more to advertise it than it did to make it.
Yeah.
And
that's
exactly what people don't understand. You look at Call of Duty, you look at Battlefield, you look at GTA 5. They're spending millions of dollars advertising these games.
Hundreds.
These games have to sell. Like this is biting into how much money they're making. It is. GTA 5 is consistent. It's consistent. Yeah, if you combine all consoles, right? Well, it sold this much over PS4, PS3, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and PC. That's 5 damn platforms. That is. I mean, that's cool. I'm glad you made your money. But look at all the fucking advertising you have to do for this damn game.
Yeah. I think it was Dr. Feelgood that mentioned that when Mario Kart Wii sold like 32 million just by itself, that's when a lot of these sites like VG Charts and NPD started like combining sales.
They split it up because that's how they because basically they don't want to say, oh my god, look how much fucking money Nintendo made. Like you look at Smash Brothers, right? I'm pretty sure Smash Brothers made its budget, how much it took to get made. I'm pretty sure they made their money back just off of the 3DS sales in Japan of that game.
But hey, remember what happened to Polygon with that Mario Kart article before it came out? They got turtle shell.
They really took that shit down because it was bullshit when it started. They were like, this is just some bullshit.
And wasn't Mario Kart 8 like top in there, top 10 for the I think it was last week the NPD came out. No, I think it was
Mario
Smash.
Kart 8 is still consistently selling. Like
Yeah.
people are still playing
See,
it.
that's the thing about Nintendo's titles. They call it evergreen titles. That Nintendo's titles always sell. I bet Mario Kart Wii is still selling till this day because Nintendo titles really don't get old. They're unique. There's nothing like it. So their titles always sell. You
Yep.
could go back. Yeah, they never stop selling.
And
You know?
I mean, if you don't think, like, here's the thing, okay? You have, okay, the big three. You have these three companies, okay? And these are generalities, but they fit sort of. Okay, you have Sony, which has relatively shitty first-party games now. They used to have good first-party games, but now they're kind of like bland and westernized and characterless. But they have relatively shitty first-party games, but a lot of third-party support. Microsoft has better first-party games and a lot of third-party support. Then you have this company that gets lackadaisical first-party support. I mean, third-party support, but really good second-party support and really good first-party support.
Yep. Like I was meant, like I put this picture up a couple weeks ago, on this it showed. It was on eBay. It was on the front page of eBay. It showed Mario Kart 8 average selling price $46, GameStop credit $36, and then you had Destiny. The average selling price was $25, and the GameStop credit was $10. So that's like
$10.
yeah. So Mario Kart 8 is like triple that almost.
Yeah, but let's not be frank. It is Mario Kart 8 is a better game.
Yeah.
I mean, you get more content, you get more gameplay out of it. Destiny was such a disappointment. Like,
and people still buy it.
it was such a damn disappointment. Like, I remember
People hyped up.
he's like, what?
People hyped it up too much. People were thinking that it was gonna be the next Call of Duty, blah blah blah.
No, I didn't even want it to be
stuff
Call
like
of
that.
Duty. They said the developers themselves said we are going after what Borderlands did, but we're going after the stuff they missed. And so in my head, I was like, okay, so they're gonna have a game where you can actually use stealth, and it's gonna be open world, and you can travel around and do missions and stuff. And what you get is just you go from little small shitty environment to little small shitty environment, shooting the same enemies over and over again, and looking for lore. I mean, it's the most disappointing, overhyped shit I've ever seen before in my life. It's embarrassing.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't even look like a bad game necessarily, but what killed it for me was the fact that What killed it for me was the fact that they're locking all of this content. Most of this content is locked on this, and it costs so much money. It's like what, 20 freaking pounds for one expansion pack.
Yeah, no, in America it's $30. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna charge someone $30 for an expansion pack? I mean, but this is Activision. Activision games are always fucking expensive. Like Transformers: War for Cybertron, which is a really good game, is fucking $40. I'm like, and the game is like 5 years old, and it's still $40. I'm like, fuck.
I'm getting mullered here.
I gotta say, those are some long, sexy Bayonetta legs.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too much information?
No, not at all. No, like the thing about this is the thing about sales. Man, this is like it's okay to like be like, okay, this didn't sell that much and whatnot, but what gets me about all the sales talk is these fans and these gamers, they go crazy about it. It's like, oh my goodness, that didn't sell too much. Oh, I'm like, look, nobody should really worry about sales too much unless you're an investor or the company themselves.
And even then, they don't worry about sales. They worry about profit.
Well, yeah, it depends on profit, and people forget that. They think that sales equals profit, and that's not the case. It's how much money it's basically your profit equals how much you budgeted for it, and how much. I mean, yes, sales are a part of
Yeah.
it, but how much it costs for you to produce something, and how many units you sell of it. But if you like, and here's where Nintendo kind of has the edge on a lot of people, is that they've always kept their budgets under control. Like, I remember someone here told me that it took $30,000 to make Donkey Kong Country.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I
how,
mean, $30,000, and that was a AAA game of its time. Okay, like that was a AAA game of its time. Okay, and yet, guess what? $30,000 to make, and it sold like 3-4 million.
I think that
Trust
was
me, Nintendo made a fuck ton of money off that game. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No question about it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like the Wii U. They might not be selling as much as the PlayStation 4, but
Yeah.
technically it is making more profit than the PlayStation 4
and it's not even
because it's cheaper to manufacture. You know, Nintendo keeps their budget under.
and not even that, they make their money back from things. They also make their money from things like the virtual console and stuff like that. I mean, it ain't
Yeah.
costing them anything to put those virtual console games on the Wii U.
and let's
Let's
not
be
forget,
honest.
let's not forget how much PS3 sold, and then look at how many units it takes for Sony to make a profit off that, like 40 million.
Here's what I will say
Yes.
about the Wii. Here's what I'll say about the Wii U. They're making a profit off of it. It's the cheapest console in the market. I keep on hearing people say Nintendo needs to make their Wii U cheaper. I'm like, why the fuck? They're making money
thing
off
is,
every
like,
unit sold. Why would they
250
wipe out their profit like that?
The thing is £250 and it comes with a game.
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
well
that's
here in
that's
America,
usually-
it's $300. If you get the white version, there are places that still have the white basic
And
version.
yeah, if you
That's
get- if you get-
$250.
And Nintendo sells the refurbished versions for even cheaper. You get them for,
Yeah.
what,
Yeah.
200 pounds.
Yeah, it's a $50 less. Like you can get the
How
black
much are-
deluxe version for $250 in America, and the white version for $200. $200 for a console. It comes with a game. It has the warranty, and you get to play all of these exclusive titles that you can't get anywhere else. I mean, come on, man.
It's perception. Perception is why it's not selling as much as PS4. People are like, oh, this don't have this graphics, this don't have that game, this game with that game, and they just see the PS4, for example, as having such great graphics, and they just go with the flow with it because of hype. That's what's selling it the most is hype. Most of these third-party games are mediocre, and then the majority of exclusives is remasters of PS3 games.
Yeah, and most of these games that they're like, oh, this game is so graphic. This game is really going to push the graphics of the console. Like, come on, man. Who are you kidding? These graphics are shit.
I remember when Last of Us Remastered came out on PS4. I think IGN gave it a perfect score, and it was like, this is the best PS4 game out at right now at the moment. It's like the best PS4 game is a remaster from last generation.
Well, I mean, this is the thing they don't want to mention. They don't want to mention these systems don't have any games. I mean, I know people who have the Xbox One and the PS4, but really, there is nothing to play on these systems. Like, everything that they have is really rehashes of shit that we had back in the day. Even games that people like Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct is the third installment in a long dormant franchise. Halo Master Chief Collection. That's shit that was on the Xbox 360. Basically.
Don't get me started with Killer Instinct on Xbox One. You know how I feel about that game.
I mean, there's tons of. I mean, I'm like, come on, man. Where is the new exclusive content? Where are the new IPs? The only people giving me that is Nintendo.
Heck, I wouldn't even mind. I wouldn't even care if it's actually a sequel to a franchise, which is, yeah, I'll give you a pass on that. At least in some certain way, that is new.
Yeah.
All right, you see that little black cartridge near the center of my SNES collection?
That's
Yeah.
Killer Instinct.
Good times, good times.
Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct.
Oh man.
All I'm going to say about Killer Instinct is this. My favorite character in that game is Glacius, Spinal, and I used to be really good with Fulgore. Keyword used to be.
I only know how to use one person. That's Jago, because it reminds me of Ryu and Ken.
Yeah, I used to be good with Fulgore. Well, Fulgore and Jago are essentially the same character, except Fulgore can teleport. But his teleport is the most fucked up teleport in Killer Instinct to use because like Spinal and Glacius, their teleports are really easy, but Fulgore's is like it's you got to use this rolling motion. And then, like, it's a pain in the ass. I used to be able to tear people up with Fulgore. Like, I could do his longest combo on people, like the teleport combo where you hit a dude, teleport, and keep doing the combo. Oh man, don't get me started. Don't.
Ultra combo.
Ultra combo, super combo. And then the final combo where like you would basically beat your opponent to death. Like I got so good with that game that even on the hardest difficulty, I could beat Idol with the final like super combo. Like instead of like because what would happen is that you do your final blow, the screen would flash, and you do like an uppercut move to knock them off of the top of the building. But I would basically beat the shit out of them and then do that. Oh, man. Good times.
And what also gets me about the whole hype thing is a lot of these third-party games are so buggy and just a complete mess. They underperform on these two quote-unquote most powerful consoles, and that's also what scares me the most because
Assassin's Creed.
Yep. But I would say either the majority or just about everyone that's came out on the system so far. Because look at all the developers got to do is build it on a very, very powerful PC, something that's even beyond consumer level of PC. All they got to do is pretty much get done the game and then just do a drag and drop to the consoles. Done.
You know what's funny though is that like third parties, I expect this from nowadays, but we're having first party games that are coming out broken like that, and that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I'm like I mean, because your first party games are meant to showcase how badass like you are as a console producer. Like this is how badass our console can be, and even your best in-house efforts suck. I mean, that's embarrassing. That's like going to your house and cooking a big meal for someone and you make them sick and they're puking on themselves. That's embarrassing.
The fact that the media took a dump on the 1886 or whatever it's called game is I mean the fact because usually the media is in the tank for Sony, but yeah,
the media took a dump on that game because it's shit. Like I sat down with my friend and I played that game the day because it came out on a Thursday. The day after, I played it with my friend because he's the manager of a GameStop. And I sat down and we played through that game in tandem, passing it back and forth, level to level to level. We beat that game in 5 hours. 5 damn hours on normal difficulty. On normal difficulty, and there's like no multiplayer, nothing else to play, nothing else going on, just one damn game. I mean, just one. I mean, oh god! And the developers were like, "It's not fair that people should judge us this harshly." I'm like, dude, you made a fucking 5-hour-long game.
I'm sorry, that developer. If that was back in 1995 or even 94, yeah, we wouldn't be so harsh on you as it is today. Yeah. And like everyone keeps saying about this with Splatoon, with some certain features that was left behind. I would use it the same way as they did. Developer, this is 2015.
Well, people rag on Splatoon because of that whole certain things won't come out till August. Well, think about it. When Mario Kart 8
same shit happened with GTA 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mario Kart 8 came out last year, same time. Well, May 30th, 2014.
The difference is that some things I'm sorry, but some things on GTA 5 didn't come out until a year later, like Heist. You know, like and plus that was promised free at launch. You had to pay for it.
And here's the thing, like they are like there's less content.
Hey, you have to pay for Heist?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, this is GTA 5. The problem with GTA 5
well, it was promised free at launch.
Yeah,
it was promised free at launch.
Here's the problem with GTA 5, and like this, because I got it on PS3. I didn't get it when it first came out. I got it on sale because I know someone who has like coupons and stuff, and I got it on sale. I paid like $30 for it, and GTA 5 is like the problem with GTA 5 is that the single player story, whatever you want to call it, the single player mode is like there's less content in it than in GTA San Andreas.
Yeah.
And
train unless you have a mod, like really.
And GTA 4, it's got less content than GTA 4 and GTA San Andreas. Now GTA 4, I can understand them getting away from because GTA 4 sucked, but GTA like you set it in the same place as GTA San Andreas. There's 3 entire fucking cities that are just not there. They're missing. There's 3 cities that aren't there. Like, there's no San Fierro, there's no Las Venturas, and there's no Greenfield. I mean, fuck, how do you miss 3 entire cities?
Well, yeah, going back to what I said about Mario Kart 8, it was released last year around this time. It was May 30th, and they did it then because they wanted to build momentum for Wii U before E3, and so it'll make investors feel confident about Nintendo because there's so much software and hardware. And they did the same thing with Splatoon because their I think it's sales forecast their second quarter's coming out or something after Splatoon, and they want to do that again while building up momentum for E3.
Yep.
So it makes sense why they had to leave things out is because of time constraints. It wasn't because they're trying to be evil and big and bad or nothing.
And they're doing it better now because Mario Kart 8 cost more money to make than Splatoon did.
Yeah.
Like, they're making, like, literally, Iwata's not going to physically be there, but his hands are all over this year's E3. Like, his fingerprints, I mean.
Yeah.
Like, literally, like, I mean, like, they're having their investor meeting. This guy has this game that's sold out in Japan. It's selling well everywhere else, and it cost like maybe $300,000 to make. So they already made their money.
All Iwata needs to do is walk into that investors meeting with a Wii U gamepad in his hand, a 3DS in the other hand, and both of them with a symbol on them with a sign on them saying it prints money.
Yeah. It prints money. It prints money. Like, people like to go all negative and shit, but really, I mean, Nintendo, I mean, these people know how to keep their business afloat. They know how to do what they need to do in order to survive.
Yeah.
I mean, they know that they can make some really good games at a great budget. I'm pretty sure Zelda Wii U is going to. It might not be in the direct, but they're gonna have. Trust me, they're probably gonna talk about it. There's gonna be something at it this year's E3. Because people haven't forgotten how awesome that shit looked, and that was just an unfinished build of the game.
That's what gets me. It's like, it seems like some of these gamers and even some of these Nintendo fans, I swear, it's like they're even against how Nintendo runs things right now. It's insane. It's like, you really think you can run a 125-year-old company better than a Watersign can?
That makes billions. That revenue's billions.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, well, actually, no, I take that back. They own like 60% of the Seattle Mariners, so they also technically dabble a little bit in baseball.
You're looking just in the year 2014 alone. I mean, the Pokemon company grossed $2 billion.
Yeah,
most of that is going to Nintendo
because they're the parent company. Look, Nintendo will be fine. Okay, like. Yeah. They will be fine, and I wish people would stop saying, "Well, they're gonna." It's like, you don't understand. You don't know shit about what they do. They do. Exactly. They'll be fine. personally speaking, the only reason I care about Nintendo, aside from owning a few shares of it, disclosure, I do own a few shares of Nintendo, like 5, but the reason I care is because I like playing their games.
Exactly.
And like when they make money, that means they can take that money and use it to make the games that I want to play. So that's
the media has a big part of it on why you have so many gamers like being self-entitled and I'm not getting this game or such and such. That's the media is mostly the issue with what I have with the gamers of this generation, especially some of the new ones that didn't start till like last generation when Call of Duty and stuff got popular. Yeah, they wasn't around like us where SNES, N64, where we was thankful for whatever we got.
We didn't care. Here's the thing. Like, gamers today play sales. Like, this sold this much. Like, look, listen, we didn't even know that the N64 wasn't selling as well as the SNES. We just knew we were playing Mario 64 and enjoying the shit out of it. In 3D.
Exactly.
Okay. Now we were playing Diddy Kong Racing, which is fucking awesome, by the way. Nintendo, you want to win E3 in my book? Make a new Diddy Kong Racing. If Retro said we're making another Diddy Kong Racing, haha, bitches, I wouldn't be mad. I know some people would be mad. I wanted Metroid, and I'd be like, shut the fuck up. We're getting another Diddy Kong Racing.
Tokyo would be like, Nintendo still doesn't get it. Still don't get it.
Just don't get it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that because I used to watch Yokio. I used to like his videos, but not anymore. But I digress.
So bad. He's calmed down. He's calmed down.
Yeah, he calmed down because he's playing that Splatoon. Splatoon will calm down anybody. Even people were like, this game needs to have more features, but you're level 20, dude, and you're still playing it every day. Yeah. Well, never mind what I do.
It's just it's just the whole community itself. Like in terms of nowadays, just even worse. It's like back then, if you had someone that didn't like Nintendo, they had like good reasons, like they didn't like their monopolized business or anything like that. I mean, that's fine. But nowadays, if you go, I don't like Nintendo because I don't like how they don't have powerful hardware. You come off as being fanboyish. I'm sorry.
Wait, what about Sony and Microsoft money hatting? That's just as bad as money hatting.
I'll be frank with you. Sony wasn't really money hatting. They just basically said, hey. Aside from Square Enix, they use Square Enix as their wedge to basically pull a lot of third parties away from Nintendo, which is why the N64 only had 4 fucking RPGs on the entire system. But there still was some third-party support on the N64, like EA, the Blitz, the League game, stuff like that. But
it's out of control now. Like when
Microsoft entered into the industry, and just started throwing money. Oh fuck, Microsoft. That's why I hate to say this, but I'm gonna be glad when Microsoft says fuck it and stops and just leaves the home console market.
Mm-hmm. Well, in all honesty, Microsoft's got the least to lose.
No, exactly. They're like, you know what? It was a good run, but we're tired of losing money on this shit. Fuck it, and walk away. Like, I would love to see that end because third parties will shit themselves because Sony ain't got the money to money hat, and Microsoft is just saying fuck it. So then third parties are going to be between because here's the problem with money hatting. These third parties began to count on the money hatting and free advertising as part of their budget. And you can't count on a windfall as part of your budget. You can't say, well, I'm going to get my tax refund back. Look, if you ain't making money throughout the year on normal shit, don't count on a windfall, okay?
Yep. It's like when Microsoft was buying all those IPs just to be exclusive to the Xbox or exclusive DLC an hour before the PlayStation,
No, they do like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But you notice with every successive release of Call of Duty like the amount of time that they had exclusivity went down every 2 years. Like it started out like 9 months, and then 6 months, and then 3 months, and then a month. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, how much are you paying these people, Microsoft? But I'm not gonna blame Microsoft for that. I'm gonna blame Don Matrick because he was at the helm for that bullshit for a lot of it.
Oh, snap.
Don Matrick ran Microsoft into the ground. The Xbox division, he ran it into the ground. Like he left that shit burning as he walked away from it.
Hey, but Phil Spencer doing a pretty good job. He's doing pretty good.
He's doing the best he can.
He's doing the best he can. Okay, if you had to save, a wasteland, if you had to save a wasteland, would you be doing?
Like, I don't call that a good job. It's kind of like if someone came up to you and gave you a handful of crackers and a packet of apple jam and said make a meal, and you made something halfway presentable. That's still not a good job. That's just you did the best of what you had.
Well, here's what we can say. At least Phil Spencer is doing a better job than Jason Rubin.
What, with THQ? Well,
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Literally, the Xbox division, like Microsoft could write off the Xbox division. They lose nothing out of it. Jason Rubin is just so fucking clueless. He was just so. But
here's the thing, Jason Rubin got there like literally a couple days before. He spent a whole year at THQ before they went bankrupt, but they were already in bankruptcy, really in trouble before he got there. So it wasn't really his fault.
Well, actually,
THQ was in trouble ever since they released that stupid U-Draw crap. I forgot.
Here's the problem, though. He had been working at like it's kind of like if you look at Sony now, right? Like people are like, well, Kaz Hirai is going to lead them. Kaz Hirai, even though he wasn't at the uppermost levels of management, had been working there for fucking years. He was part of the problem. Like Jason Rubin, he had been working. Like I believe he started his career with Naughty Dog, actually. No, Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
With Naughty Dog, and then he left, and then he went to THQ, but he had been in upper-level management. He was part of the problem. I mean, look, it's kind of like when you hear Phil Spencer, he's like, well, I'm making different change. Look, motherfucker, you were in upper management. I didn't hear you saying, hey, guys, maybe we shouldn't spend $100 million fucking dollars on a new controller. Maybe we should take that money and, I don't know, maybe put
it into the CPU,
so that we can have some exclusives when we launch. Oh, no, we need to spend that on a new controller. Hey, guys, maybe we don't need a fucking camera. How about that? How about we don't launch with... Because, really, no one who had an Xbox 360 who polled liked the camera, so why are we continuing this shit? You don't hear that. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not enthralled with Phil Spencer, but he's doing a better job than Don Matrick, but like I said, that's not really... that's not exactly what I would say is, You want to see someone turn some shit around? Look what Iwata did with the GameCube. Or the 3DS.
Yeah.
That's how you turn
some shit
around.
The 3DS. Yeah, definitely the 3DS.
Look what he's doing right now with the Wii U.
They dropped 2 games in that year, and the 3DS sales went through the roof.
Yeah, look what they're doing with
Luigi's
the
Mansion.
Right
I believe it was Mario Kart 7,
It was Mario Kart 7 and
Star
Super Mario
Fox
3D Land.
And Super Mario 3D Land and Star Fox 64.
It was mainly Super Mario 3D Land. That's the one that that's the one that got the most sales.
Yeah. And the thing is like that's how you start releasing exclusive content anywhere else. Like Phil Spencer, look at all these third-party games that you can get on like 5 other platforms. All right, come on, man. Come on, really, come on.
Yeah, man. GameCube only sold like 22 million, but hey, he still turned things around because it was profitable.
It had a ridiculously high attach rate for software.
Yeah, because I mean, what Yamauchi was
highest ever in console history.
Because Yamauchi was only a year into GameCube before he retired.
Yeah, he said, "Fuck it."
Yeah.
He's like, I'm too old for this shit. and he gave it over to Iwata, and Iwata's like, I got some work to do. And he pushed that sumbitch and made some money, okay? So, and then he fooled everybody because technically speaking, the Wii is a GameCube on crack,
Pretty
on
much.
steroids. It's a GameCube on steroids, and he forced people to buy that shit again. So, and technically speaking, the Wii U is based off.
Genius.
Yeah, the man is a genius. The man is. I mean, I'm not saying this is like, oh, you own stock in Nintendo. You're a fanboy. No, I'm saying, look how much money he's.
Actually a genius.
Look how much money he's fucking
Look,
made for Nintendo.
Look, it took him one generation to make half of what it took him one generation to make half the money and sales that Yamauchi made in 6 generations.
Exactly. And so, I mean, I'm just saying, like when people say, well, Phil Spencer is. Like, here's the thing. Phil Spencer is there to just kind of usher in, to do the changes that need to be made so that they can quietly, pull the plug on the Xbox One in 2 or 3 years.
That's why they're doing that Windows 10.
Yeah, they're going to roll everything up into Windows 10. That's what they're going to do, okay?
That's why slowly all the Xbox exclusives are going to PC. Slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly. Yeah. Next is going to be Halo.
And I'm not mad about it. I mean, literally, like, here's the thing, okay? Like, Microsoft, these people know software. They know PC software. So why the fuck would they ever want to get into consoles in the first damn place? I don't understand that. I really,
You know what? I'm willing to bet if the Xbox never existed or on Microsoft's turf, they could have basically done the very same thing that Valve was doing with their Steam.
They could have, but that would make too much sense. that would make. I think if there is an Xbox, I mean, it's not going to be a console, but I think Microsoft's next thing is going to be a streaming box where you can stream.
Yeah, a streaming box.
You can stream your PC games to your TV through the power of Windows 10 and cloud gaming.
It might still be called the Xbox.
They might still call it, but it's not going to be a console, and it's not going to be.
Yeah.
They learned their lesson, okay? Microsoft learned their lesson with the Xbox One and the 360 and the original Xbox, how much money they fucking lost on this console. So,
It's a dang shame.
To tell you the truth, I'm one of those people. I don't think Microsoft should have ever gotten into the console business in the first place.
You're not the only one.
But if you think about it, they did bring a lot of things like a better online experience.
But in terms of the business side of things, they brought a lot of problems.
Yeah, see, here's
true.
the thing. Like, I'm an old school gamer, so I prefer local multiplayer. So online experience really, like Splatoon is the first game where I was like, wow, this really works well because of online. Normally, I don't give a shit, so that's not really a plus for me. The fact that they have hard drives now. You can download games. You can also buy games that are fucking broken and they have to patch later. Thanks a lot, Microsoft. Money hatting. Hell yeah. Like we talked about money hatting. Microsoft has bought more negative shit to gaming than positive. And frankly speaking, I'm not going to be sad to see that console go. Like
I said, if anyone has to step out of this industry, it should be Microsoft.
Yeah, please, and don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
They've nothing to be horrible. They've got the least to lose. They can always move their assets over to PC.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, because here's the thing. Even though I hate Microsoft as a console, as a member of the Big Three making consoles, my God, did I love their PC games like Age of Empires and Microsoft Flight Sim. I like the shit that they published on PC, like those games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem with that one there. It was actually good.
I had one question. I don't think you guys saw when you had that podcast on Wednesday or Thursday. It was pretty much about the Nintendo leadership, and I was wondering, just think real hard. Did you had to choose between Iwata and Reggie or Yamauchi and Lincoln, Howard Lincoln? They both
Would you
have
say?
ups and downs between Yamauchi
And
and
who?
Howard Lincoln's and
Yamauchi and Howard Lincoln, or Reggie and Iwata.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Who did
Okay.
well, I'll be frank with you. I like Yamauchi, but
We all do.
we liked
Yeah.
Yamauchi, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Yamauchi was the leader that the industry needed like 30 years ago.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
now-
it got to a point where he was starting to actually drag Nintendo down.
Yeah, like Yamauchi was the leader they needed 30 years ago, even 20 years ago. But Iwata is who they need, who they needed
Now.
for the last 15 years. Like Iwata, really, I think, like he's like, I'm not gonna retire. I think Iwata has another good 10 years left in him because he's
Yeah,
only
definitely.
what 54.
Which
He's
is
55.
quite, for a Japanese CEO, that is still quite young.
Yeah, he's 55. So I mean, the dude's got another good 10 years. Like I think he's still got another like 5-6 years of really good ideas in him.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And what about Howard Lincoln versus Reggie?
Howard Lincoln. Howard. Like, here's what people don't understand. Howard Lincoln was just as bloodthirsty and foot in your ass as Yamauchi was.
Yeah.
Like, but
yeah.
I'll tell you the truth. I like Reggie because like Reggie hits people with those zingers. Reggie's like, not my problem. It's like these people release games and they're broken and they have to fix them later on. Not my problem.
Or when people ask me,
that is
what do you
not my
think?
problem.
Or when people ask me, what do you think of the competition? Meh.
Meh. He's like, here's what I'm allowed to say. Meh. like a certain YouTube personality got so pissed off when Reggie said that. I was laughing my ass off. He's like, how can you say meh? How can you say meh?
Shots fired.
The evidence is clear.
I'm like, it's pretty clear because a lot of these games are fucking boring. I'm sorry.
No, but the thing is, when I saw that, I just, in all honesty, I just laughed because when I saw that, I just thought to myself, you know what? For once,
he's right.
Once someone fires back.
Yeah, and it was true. I mean, like here's the thing. Yeah, part of this is marketing and all that stuff, but really, having a lot of these games on Microsoft and Sony platforms been meh. I mean, let's just tell the truth. Destiny. Meh.
I mean,
Call of Duty.
Every game that they've tried to hype up as the next big thing is just kind of just
meh.
Disappointed. I mean, it's not necessarily bad games.
Battlefield 4.
They just haven't lived up to their hype.
Battlefield 4.
Okay, Battlefield 4 was just a bad game.
Meh. Battlefield Hardline. Meh. Yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition. The new savior of gaming. It's BioWare coming back to their roots. Meh.
No, that wasn't even mad. That was just bad.
Meh. It's
not Game of the Year.
It's not horrific. Okay, let me put it this way. It's not Dragon Age 2 bad. It's not. It's not as bad as Dragon Age 2.
No.
But it's not as good as Dragon Age Origins. I mean, it's damn sure not as good as Dragon Age Origins.
But then again, that was VGX, so they give the Game of the Year award to anybody.
Yeah, they should have given
money.
I think Bayonetta should have won that one. Yeah, Bayonetta
2 should have won it. Bayonetta 2 should have won it, but you know, Bayonetta has boobies, and they can't acknowledge that she has boobies. So
yeah, so
even though she's a woman, and it's just
even though she's a woman, and that's kind of like what women have to feed children and to attract a mate.
I'd be concerned if a woman didn't have them. I'd be very concerned if a woman didn't have them. In fact, I'd question whether or not they were a woman. Chances are they wouldn't.
Look, dude. I just got done with an anime convention about 2-3 weeks ago. I've seen some stuff. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
I've seen some. You sound like a dude from now.
I agree with you
I've
with
seen
that
some
one.
shit.
Yeah.
I've seen some shit. But I'm sorry, Anderson Archilla. You put a question in the Hangout thing, and the thing is that it's really hard to get questions from the Hangout thing. So unfortunately,
I have it right here with me.
okay, could you read it? Because I know he has like a list of questions.
It's a very long one.
Yeah.
But here we go. All right, now, sure, if this is cool, but here are some questions. Do you think Star Fox U will be rebooted will reboot number 3 or be a continuation of 64 to Command. I think it was mentioned once that if a new Star Fox was made, it take place during Command, ignoring the 9 endings, and instead follow the 10th ending. But I really doubt that is the case. That's his first question. So you think it's going to be a continuation of
I
Command
think it's
or
going to
a
be a
reboot?
reboot.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Personally, I would prefer a reboot.
You guys would really go for a reboot.
I think it's gonna be a reboot in the sense that it's gonna be like I think it's gonna be a reboot in the sense that it's kind of like it's not really continuing on from the whole Andros and all of that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I think it is gonna have some kind of continuation from Command.
I think it might have characters from Command, but I don't think they're going... Because here's the thing, not a lot of people bought Command.
So true.
Not a lot of people bought Command. A lot of people aren't familiar with those damn endings. so really, at this point, I think it would be...
That could be a moot point. They could just reintroduce them.
Well, I mean, no, because the thing about a Star Fox game is you want to jump in and start playing. You don't want to see a lot of exposition and shit. So I think what they're going to do is I think the game is going to start out like a retelling of the original Star Fox. You know, you fight your way through the Lilat system and destroy Andros, and then after you destroy Andros, it opens up with new shit that we didn't see coming. And you're like, damn, this game is bigger than I anticipated. And that would be cool.
Like Kid Icarus?
Well, no, like the original Mario versus Donkey Kong on the Game Boy, where the first 4 levels you're thinking, oh, this is just Donkey Kong.
Right. Okay,
and then you beat it and you're like, oh shit, this is huge. This game is huge. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do with Star Fox.
But then in a certain sense, Kid Icarus Uprising did that very same thing with the false ending.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about Kid Icarus is that, like, for me, Kid Icarus Uprising is the controls for me were shit. So even with the dual thing, it was shit for me. So that's just I don't like playing action games with a stylus. Like, that's not my thing.
Okay, fair enough. I can see why you mentioned Donkey Kong 94.
No, it was Mario versus Donkey Kong on the Game Boy.
No, it was Donkey Kong 94. Mario vs. Donkey Kong was...
but it's the first Mario vs. Donkey Kong game.
Yeah, the tie was on Game Boy Advance, though.
No, it was on the Game Boy.
Oh.
Yeah, it was on the Game Boy. The reason I remember it was on the Game Boy is because you could, if you had a Super Game Boy, you could play it on your Super Game Boy, and it was in color on the Super Game Boy, which was weird for a Game Boy title of the time. But whatever. You could play it on your Game Boy Advance, but because the Game Boy Advance played Game Boy games. But whatever.
Alright, should I go to the next question?
Sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out.
Alright, what do you think the tone will be for Star Fox's new storyline? Dark like SNES Original and Assault, or light like 64? Or do you think it'll be like Kid Icarus Uprising, where it was a nice balance of both?
I think it'd be like N64, considering, given Nintendo's recent track record of being, I guess you can say, 90s all over again, like how they did Splatoon advertisements.
I'm going to take a page from your book and say that it's going to be in the middle, though, because, Splatoon looks light, but they got a dope deal in the back alley selling you stuff. So I think it's going to be a mix between light and dark.
I would also agree that they can hit that balance very well, considering what we've seen being released recently.
Yeah, because they got a dope dealer, dude, in the back alley. I mean, that's not fair. I mean, this is a kid game, Spike. But they got a dope dealer in the back alley, man. I mean, shit.
Spike, I need my fix.
Yeah, Spike. I mean, like today, they had the breaking news where they're like, "What do you choose, cats or dogs?" I'm like, man, it's like the atomic dog. I got to chase the cat. Nothing but the dog in me. Yeah, you guys gotta listen to Atomic Dog. But anyway, it's I really like it. It's really awesome.
What was the question?
I'm looking forward to that Splatfest.
I am. It's on the 20th.
Yeah, what was the question?
Will Star Fox Wii U be light, dark, or a mixture of both, light and dark?
So basically, you're saying like Assault 64 and forgot the other one, a GameCube or whatever.
Assault was the GameCube one.
Dark like the dark like the SNES original and Assault, or light like the 64.
It's probably gonna be a balance of it, and I would at least like to see some ground play. Like Adventures was a good game. They just needed to take. They just put too much ground combat. I think if they would have did a great mixture of you're in the cockpit or the plane or whatever, and plus you're out of it.
I would love them to do a HD remake of Star Fox Adventure, simply because it looked amazing on the GameCube. Imagine how amazing it would look on the Wii U.
I think it'd be cool.
I would love them to make also an HD remake of Super Mario Sunshine. I would love that.
And anyone that play, I'm pretty sure most of you play Star Fox 64. Remember that? That one level where they're underwater. They need to bring that mechanic back.
Oh, the submarine!
Gaming's most epic submarine underwater barrel roll.
that level looks so good back in 64 days. So just imagine now.
I mean, all of the levels in Star Fox Star Fox 64. Well, over in Europe we had it called Lilac Wars, but all of the levels looked good for it this time.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't like. Here's the thing. I know everyone likes Star Fox 64, aka Lilac Wars, but I prefer the SNES game more. I thought the music was better.
I can agree with you on that.
The music on the SNES version was more atmospheric.
Yeah, it was.
And
I never really played the SNES version, so.
Man, you're missing. All I'm going to tell you to do is this: go to a website on the internet and look up Star Fox SNES music, listen to it, and then compare it to the 64 music, and you're like, we were gypped on the 64 version, because the music in 64 is okay, but my God, that music in the SNES version is off the chain.
And that Super FX chip, though.
Yeah, the Super FX, and plus the music that's made when you die in the SNES version. You know, the guy's like.
SNES music in general has probably some of the most memorable stuff.
It does. It does. The SNES, I mean, because I still listen to a lot of that music today on my, like while I'm working on my PC sometimes, I'll, like, listen to it. Like, you listen to the Sector Y music for the SNES, where, like, everything's organic, and if you, like, there's a part in the level where if you shoot these things in the right order, this giant space whale comes and drops all this health and power-ups and bombs that you can heal from.
Yeah.
Some great music.
I guess we can all agree on one thing. That sound chip on SNES was way ahead of its time.
Well, look, that was made by
Sony.
Back when they had their shit.
Yeah, Sony.
Back when they had their shit. I mean, see, here's the thing. People are like, you hate Sony. No, I love Sony. Back in the day.
That's me too.
I mean, they suck now, but back in the day, they were the shit.
Yep. Yeah. PS1, PS2 all day.
You had like a Sony TV in everybody's houses, so you know.
PlayStation.
We didn't have a Sony TV. We had Magnavox.
But almost everybody had Sony, something Sony.
Yeah.
Sony.
Like I had a Sony Walkman. I had a Sony.
Yeah, like a Walkman.
VCR. We had Sony stuff, but I mean now there's very little shit in my house.
I got a Sony camcorder.
I do not have a Sony camcorder. I have a Sony PS1, PS2, PS3. I once had a Sony sound system, but I was like, I'm tired of Sony's shit. Like when they came out, when those emails came out, I was like, fuck this shit. And I went and got myself a better sound system from Panasonic. It was cheaper. It was $200 cheaper, and it was better.
I got a PS2, PS3, and I got a PSP too, which I still play from time to time.
I do not have a PSP. I had to make a choice. At the time, I was like, I did not have as much money as I do now. I was like, PSP or DS? DS.
Yeah.
Well, that was similar to my situation with the GameCube, because I was given it was given to me as a birthday present. I was given the option. You either choose a GameCube or a PS2. As much as I missed out on the PS2, I'm sorry, I went with the GameCube.
Yeah, I mean, like, in my household, we always went Nintendo first. Like, my first console was an SNES, and then later on, I went and got a Super NES. I mean, an NES. And so I just, in my house, the first console that I've always gotten since then was like, I got a Nintendo console because they're cheaper.
No, but I did pick the PlayStation over the N64.
Yeah, I eventually got a PS2 and a PS1.
You guys are the lucky ones.
I picked the PlayStation over the N64, but luckily my brother got the N64, so we had the best of both worlds.
I got the N64 because the reason I got the N64 was because I saw a demo.
Back then I hadn't been introduced to Legend of Zelda.
No, it wasn't that. What happened to me was that, like, when it first came out, they're like, there's a new Mario, and it's going to be in 3D. I was like, that's bullshit. And I went to the demo station, and they had a thing, and I played Mario 64 at the demo station. I was like, I have to get this system. I have to. I mean, because at that point, I had been playing 3D games on the PS1, but they sucked. I mean, they sucked, okay? Like, people were like, oh, Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot on Mario. No, they ain't. No, I tried it. I was there at the time. I compared Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, Gex the Gecko.
But they were still awesome games, though, regardless.
They were awesome games, but once I got my hands on Super Mario 64, I was like, God damn.
Super Mario 64 is legendary.
Mario Kart 64 is what made me get a N64 that Christmas in 1997. No, I didn't get a.
I can't tell you the amount of times I completed stuff.
I had an N64.
I completed that game, so I've done that game so many times.
Well, I did have. I was a late adopter in Generation 5, so I didn't get a 64 until like 1999. So. We really couldn't afford new consoles at the time, so that's why I stuck with SNES and Genesis for pretty much the majority of the 90s.
You were a victim of circumstance. No, actually, I got my N64. I want to say like for that Christmas after it came out. Christmas after it came out,
so
and it came with Mario 64. And I got, I want to say Diddy Kong Racing for my birthday after that Christmas. And after that, I just lost my mind. Like, I wound up having a ton of games for that system, and I still have those games today, like Gauntlet Legends, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong. Oh, I already said Diddy Kong Racing. Oddly enough, I never had Mario Kart 64. I borrowed it from a friend and beat it several times. I never owned that game. I was like, I like Diddy Kong Racing better.
As much as I would like to share my experience of the N64, but I digress. We're gonna get back in these questions.
Yeah, we gotta finish those questions. Yeah.
Now, Nintendo has sort of become the meme machine, and everyone wants the new Star Fox to be as mimetic as 64. Problem is, they never knew 64 script would become mimetic. However, pulling a Monty Python essentially, plus if they write the script with the intention of making it mimetic, it might take away from the charm and feel hollow. Can they pull it off? Now, let me answer this first. They shouldn't make a script and make it become mimetic. No, just go at what you want, Nintendo. Because how you do it, people are still going to find a way to make a meme out of it.
I only have 3 things to say. First, do a barrel roll, Fox. Number 2, it's quiet, too quiet. And number 3, Slippy. That's Falco Lombardi. Although personally speaking, I prefer the voices from the SNES where it was just like subtitles and the animal noises.
Yep.
Falco Lombardi. The only person who talked was General Pepper. Good Lord. Good luck, Fox.
That
Didn't he
end-
die
that-
in Star Fox Assault? Like, didn't he turn into a robot, a
No,
cyborg?
he didn't die.
No, he did
Peppy
not.
saved him.
They saved him. I mean, it was like, I know, like, Star Fox Assault got pretty damn dark towards the end. It was like, damn, shit, people are dying. I mean, this is not what I was really signed up for. I want to blow up bad guys and save the galaxy.
It was still corny as hell though.
Yeah.
But that's Star Fox. Star Fox is just corny.
Do a barrel roll, Fox. Do a barrel roll. You fly just like your dad. You know my dad's dead, right? or even better, they could make the new Star Fox about James McCloud.
You know what I want to see in the Star Fox game that I wouldn't mind seeing mechs. I would like to see an R-wing type mech.
Let the R-wing transform into those mechs from Star Fox 64 with the shields and the guns.
Or even like Silhouette from Star Fox.
Blowing shit up. That'd be awesome.
Let's be honest. Silhouette is awesome. I'm thinking if the General had a flagship that cool, why is he relying on the Star Fox team?
Because I don't know, for plot devices. But then again, let's be frank.
Silhouette is awesome. Silhouette is actually sick.
Yeah, but let's not forget, in all of the Star Fox games on the Armada levels, where you're trying to break through an Armada, these 4 Starfighters just fucking destroy an entire enemy Armada with just the 4 of them. So I mean, they're pretty badass too.
Yeah, but then just imagine if you gave Fox, just imagine if Fox had the chance to control Silhouette.
I don't know.
Damage.
He would be a one-man army basically.
I think Star Fox does his best work as a Starfighter.
I'm sorry, but the Silhouette shits all over the R-wing.
I don't know, man. That R-wing is pretty damn badass.
Yeah, but look at what Silhouette can do.
Yeah, but I mean,
come on. In all fairness, the R-wing's not better than the Wolfen.
Well, I mean, it depends on what R-wing. Do you have the fully upgraded R-wing with proton blasters, stealth shielding? I mean, is it the basic R-wing with that one-shot laser blast? Then yeah, it's gonna get its ass kicked. But I mean, proton blasters. I mean, come on, dude.
You know what?
Stealth shielding.
Interesting. This comes up with
the thing is the Wolfen can do everything the R-wing can do and more.
But here's the thing. It brings up a good old saying. It's not about the vehicle. It's the driver.
Yeah.
That needs.
Because I destroyed all those dudes. Like, technically speaking, Wolf Team, especially if you do the best ending for Star Fox 64, their ships are better than the R-Wings, but I still kick their ass. Because I'm a better pilot. Because I'm Fox McCloud.
That let you do that, Star Fox.
It's like, that's alright, and I'm glad I shot that bastard Pigma Dengar, that son of a bitch. It's like, this is for my father. Die, fat ass. So what are the rest of those questions? Let's get through his questions, and then we'll end it. We'll wrap it up.
Yeah. Now, if there is a new Paper Mario for the Wii, could it be on par with the 1,000-Year Door? The 1,000-Year Door was the pinnacle and hard to surpass in terms of scenario and gameplay. I would like to see if intelligent systems could, though. Also, in regards to the gameplay, I'd like for them to evolve it via the gamepad, like having more than 2 characters at a time.
Just thinking about the type of shit they could do in a Paper Mario game with the gamepad. Like, what if you could Mario's special attacks, like outside of battle in order to get to places? Like, you could fold Mario using the stylus on the gamepad, like do cool origami type shit. That would be awesome. Or just interacting with the environment, like with your stylus, would be awesome. If they made it more like 1,000-Year Door, that too would be awesome.
1,000-Year-Old Door was amazing.
Yeah, it's like the best Paper Mario game. Because everyone after that is just kind of like not very good. Like Sticker Star Saga, it's a dumbed down Paper Mario.
Well, it's made for, bear in mind, Sticker Star Saga is made for the handheld.
Even though it's made for the handheld, it still was a dumbed down Paper Mario game. Then you've got Sticker Star Saga has less depth to it than the N64 Paper Mario, which is embarrassing because just don't get me started on Sticker Star. And then you had Super Paper Mario, which
it was a spin-off. It was a spin-off.
It was that game was embarrassing. I'm sorry. I bought that game. I have that game. I've played that game and beaten it several times. I even saved up after you beat the game, save up 999 coins so you can buy a Timpani replacement off of the Nerd Lizard and his castle, the computer Nerd Lizard, Francis. That's his name, literally. His name's Francis. But I mean, I don't know. Basically, after Thousand Year Door's story is not quite as good as the story in Super Paper Mario, but if in a perfect world they would combine the storytelling abilities of Super Paper Mario with the combat of Thousand Year Door, because the combat in Thousand Year Door was just spot on for a Paper Mario game.
Yeah.
You can't get better than that. And the whole crowd appeal thing, where if you were sucking in a fight, the crowd would throw shit at you like rocks and stuff.
I actually got a game over from that one time.
The crowd didn't like you, son. You were sucking. They had to get you off the stage. Plus, the characters they had in Thousand Year Door were so much more interesting.
Yeah, they were.
Flurry, the snow spirit, the wind spirit. And she kisses Mario. She's like this big fat diva.
I just
she body slams people. It's hilarious.
The kid Yoshi that would join you. That was good.
Great Gonzalez Jr.
That little Yoshi was amazing.
I called him Boshi, but he's the great Gonzalez.
I thought even the bosses were more interesting.
Oh, yeah, you mean Rock Hawk? I'm gonna rock you. He's like every WWF superstar back in the day. I'm gonna rock you, and he cheats. Oh man, it's just great.
I could definitely see that character being voiced by similar to Macho Man, Randy.
I'm gonna rock you, son. The cream rises to the cream rises to the top.
That's why it's my favorite Mario RPG.
Paper Mario 64 is okay. It was a good try for the first start of the series.
I still thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, it wasn't as good as Thousand Year Old Door.
Yeah, it was
still a very enjoyable game.
It's a good first try, but what they started and experimented with in Paper Mario 64, they perfected with Thousand Year Door.
Pretty much, yeah.
They were like, okay, we got this shit. And then they messed it up with Sticker Star Saga. I'm like, look.
To be honest, I wouldn't even just mind the HD collection of Paper Mario 1 and 2.
I would hell, they could do the whole trilogy. They could do Paper Mario 1, 2, and Super Paper Mario, because they're all built off the same. Well, the Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario built off the same engine.
Now,
another thing I like even for an N64 game though, Paper Mario looked pretty damn good.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you another reason why I like Thousand Year Door the best. It's Thousand Year Door was pretty humorous in the beginning. Like the Mario and Luigi games are humorous too, but in the very beginning, Mario's talking to Toadsworth, and in the background you can see somebody getting beat up by the cops.
No, I know who you're talking about. The town, Roadport is divided up into two parts of the town, like the poor part and the rich part. And the rich part is like Don Pianta, who's like the godfather. He sends his dudes to beat up one of the low town punks, and they're like, "How's that road taste, punk?" And they stomp on him and walk off. I'm like, what the hell?
I'll tell you what would be awesome. Instead of Paper Mario, if they're gonna Paper Luigi, because I remember reading them Luigi stories in Paper Mario 2. Those stories were pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's like Luigi is like, "Yeah, I saved the world, bro." The guy's like, "Yeah, this guy destroyed my car. He dressed up like a chick. I'm here to stop him from ever dressing up like a chick ever again, to save the world from that horrific sight." You know, this guy's like, "He threw me into a volcano and fried me. It's a blooper." It's like, Luigi.
That would be cool.
It'll be pretty cool if they made a Paper Luigi. I think the next Paper Mario game should actually be Paper Luigi.
I think
They
so
could do
too.
that. They
Yeah.
could do that, or at least have it be very. Well,
And
they
have
already
and,
had
and,
an
and,
RPG
and,
centered
have,
around Luigi.
and have the same type of humor as the Paper Luigi stories.
But
So
they
can you-
already
can you-
had an RPG centered around Luigi.
I'm not talking about Luigi's Mansion.
No, I'm talking about Mario and Luigi Dream Team.
That's true, but I would still like to see it.
I've never
Just
played
from-
it.
just-
In paper
I haven't played
form.
it.
How dare you?
But just from reading those stories on Paper Mario 2, it would be pretty
Yeah.
cool if they had a game with that same kind of storytelling and humor. Because
That
some
would
of
be
those
cool.
stories were funny, and when you
That
spoke
would
to
be-
the partners as well, that was funny as well.
That was because they're like this guy
He's
dressed
like,
up like a
Luigi's-
woman. It's the
Luigi's
most
like-
horrific thing ever.
Like
I'm here to save the world from ever seeing that again.
Luigi was like arrogant 4 in the sense that I am he was basically boasting around like I am mighty and blah blah blah, and everyone else around him is just like this dude just destroyed everything.
Yeah, it's like no. Well, I mean, because think about it. Luigi, technically speaking, is the better brother. He's faster. He can jump higher. He's more athletic.
He's not
And yet
faster.
he's always the second guy. He's
not
always like,
faster.
yeah, he is. He's faster than Mario. He's physically faster than Mario.
But he actually has less traction.
He might have less traction, but in terms of base speed, he's faster than Mario. He can jump higher and farther, but he's the second stringer. He's always the second guy. That sucks for him.
Well, onwards to another story.
In most Mario games I've played, Mario's always been the faster one. Like in Super Mario, in the DS version, in the Game Boy Advance version of Super Mario World, Mario ran considerably faster than Luigi.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like Mario would, like Luigi moved slow, but he had a much better jump. Whereas Mario, he literally once he got his momentum,
he had that flutter. He had that flutter jump. But oh god, we gotta finish. We gotta get through these questions. I know there's like 3 more parts to Anderson Archilla's question.
Make it 4 actually, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, 3 or 4, something like that. Yeah.
Every other region has release dates for certain big Nintendo titles like Xenoblade Chronicles X, Yoshi's Woolly World, and Devil's Third. Do you think they would take time out of their digital event to give info for us Americans? Well, I'd say if they're close to being ready, of course they're going to give us a release date or even possible
they'll give a release window. They're not really one to give release dates at like their E3 events and things like that. They for them E3 is literally about showing the games. They'll give a release window, say, oh, it'll be out in November or it'll be out Q4 2015 or whatever. But they never really say the specific date that's going to be out until like close.
Just in case they might end up delayed. They don't want to promise a date like Watch Dogs or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Well, right. Onwards. There will be more third-party / Nintendo partnerships announced. Besides Platinum and Namco, what would you like them to be?
Miss Walker.
Yes, definitely.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Good bet.
Let's see. What would I like? What third party?
This is a long shot.
Oh, God.
Miss Walker last game was on
The Last Story and that other game. No, it was just The Last Story.
It was the last story then, like in 2012, and last year was just mobile games, and it's like we need another RPG from them.
Yeah, I would like to see Miss Walker. I would like to see Hironobu Sakaguchi and Monolith Soft team up because they're done with Xenoblade Chronicles X. I mean, there's probably a small studio in that small group of people in that studio that are like making like DLC and stuff for the game, but.
Like, there's also the localization as well.
Yeah, but that's Nintendo of America localizing it. So, I really think that like they should get some of the people from Monolith Soft together with Hironobu Sakaguchi at Miss Walker and make an RPG for the 3DS.
No, but one thing I would like to see though, in terms of like Namco and Nintendo, I would really like to see a Fire Emblem edition of Soul Calibur.
Oh snap!
I think Soul Calibur, like Fire Emblem, is perfect for Soul Calibur type spin.
Yes, just for the weapon-based system.
Even either I would either like to see either Fire Emblem, a Fire Emblem spinoff for Soul Calibur, or like you said, or I'd like to see a Fire Emblem spinoff for Warriors. Like Fire Emblem Warriors.
Yes, that's
a good idea as well. But I think like Soul Calibur for Fire Emblem will be cool, and just as bonus content, you throw in Link and Ganondorf.
Okay, here's one company. Here's one other company I would like to see, and I know it's actually a poppycock of a dream, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You guys already know what I'm going to say, cause I already have an avatar based on one character, but it's SNK Playmore.
I don't like maybe Terry Bogard in Smash Brothers. I don't know.
You know, I
They
don't
need
even
Metal
care
Slug
about
8 for
Yeah.
3DS.
I got one.
Yeah. Go on. Which one is it?
I got one. Oh, I want maybe Eternal Darkness, a sequel. Maybe another Zombie U, hopefully. And this is the interesting one. Another Bully. Bully.
I would love a Bully sequel. A Bully, like I don't really like with Eternal Darkness. You would have to have Silicon Knights work on that, and let's be frank.
Heck, their Kickstarter just.
Well, no. If Dennis Dyack's going to be involved with it, you know it's going to be there are going to be issues. Ubisoft, fuck them. Zombie U, fuck Ubisoft. But
Bully, you guys took all the good ones, so you guys took all the good ones.
You said the good one was Bully. I would love to see another Bully because the first one was really Scholarship Edition on the Wii U. On the Wii is great. That game is dope.
I'll tell you another company that gotta be good because they haven't released a Nintendo home console game since Sin and Punishment. Treasure.
Oh yes.
We ain't heard from them guys in years, I believe it is. Well,
I know this would never happen, but I would like to see Retro Studios I would like to see Retro Studios make a deal with Activision to make a Crash Bandicoot game using the Donkey Kong Tropical Freestyle graphics.
My God, Double M, I could kiss you right now.
Please don't.
Yeah, dude, that.
Yeah, no homo. No homo.
No, dude. Now, yeah, that would be cool. It would be a dream matchup because I don't see it happening.
Yeah,
because
it's not gonna happen.
Activision ain't doing shit with Crash Bandicoot right now.
Which is disappointing because Crash Bandicoot's a great franchise.
Yeah. Although I have learned something about Crash Bandicoot, the old one, the first one, is don't play the first one with the joystick. It doesn't. Of course, you know that came out before the D-pad. You know, before PlayStation came out with their
DualShock.
And it's pretty hard to play the first game with the joystick.
Yeah, I mean the thing about Crash Bandicoot is that I like Crash Bandicoot as a character. If Sony or whoever, I think Universal held the rights to Crash Bandicoot, and Sony bought like an exclusivity agreement with them to use it in their games.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, pretty much.
Crash Bandicoot could have been a really awesome franchise, but
it got passed around from studio to studio like a cheap hooker.
Exactly, and like no one ever focused on making good. Like really, because I'm gonna tell you the truth, the ones that they made on the Wii that came out on the PS2 as well, that were like Crash of the Titans and Crash Mind Over Mutant. Those were actually pretty good games. I mean, the mechanic was that you could take over these huge characters and use them to solve environmental puzzles and shit.
It's just those character designs. Ugh, I don't.
Well,
like
the character
those.
designs were cartoony, but Crash Bandicoot is a cartoony character, so it fits.
Probably my nostalgia goggles.
Yeah, because Crash didn't look that good back in the day. I mean, let's be frank.
Yeah.
I mean, for the time, it looked good for the time.
Yeah, He was on a 32-bit console. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I
Like,
mean, I was playing the old Crash Bandicoot. I was playing Crash Bandicoot 3 like not too long ago, and it's still, even though it's PlayStation, you can tell it's
It
obviously
works.
a PlayStation game, but
yes,
it's
it works.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's actually
I mean,
good.
the thing is that looking at someone who kind of like went from 64, like I got a 64 and then I bought a PS1, but it's really hard to go from 64 down to a PS1. Like graphically, it's like I mean I know it's
I don't find it as hard because I mean I understand what you're saying in certain games, but there's still a lot of PlayStation games that hold up quite well graphically. I mean Spyro holds up very well.
Spyro to an extent it does.
You have to give Sony credit. I mean, or not Sony, but the people who developed them with PlayStation. They did a pretty decent job with what they had.
Yeah. I mean, it was a. Let me put it this way: it was a 32-bit console, and they made it look great because Nintendo's 32-bit console sucked.
Yeah.
And it was the Virtual Boy. So they said, "Well, this shit ain't gonna work," and just jumped they jumped 32-bit and went straight to 64, straight to 64. So I can understand it, but like there are games that I have that are on both consoles that just look like shit on the PS1. Like Gauntlet Legends on the N64 looks great. Gauntlet Legends on the PS1.
Don't say it. Don't say
Get it on
it.
the PS1. Just like if they have the disc on sale, just be like, no, thank you. What were those other questions, dude? I mean, because I know he's got like 3 more.
One before last.
Okay.
Despite being delayed till next year, Sony still released a trailer and footage of the drop dead gorgeous Ratchet & Clank remake/movie tie-in. Suppose we'll see more.
It's possible. I want to see more. The game looks freaking amazing. I mean, that's what's that game is strongly tempting me to buy a PS4.
Okay, I'm still waiting to see if they're making Jack and Daxter as well.
All I ask that Sony does is that you don't mess this up. I mean,
That is so true.
That's a tall order, dude.
No, but to be fair, Ratchet & Clank is the one franchise they've managed to keep consistent in terms of its appeal, in terms of the quality, in terms of it's not a massive budget title.
I don't know. That All for One game was not very
Don't
good.
say it.
All for One is an exception, but for the most part, most Ratchet & Clank games
Yeah.
are solid. They're solid. And, they're not big budget games, and they sell well for what they are. I mean, considering that they don't get the exposure and marketing of something like Uncharted, they still manage to hit the 1 to 2 million mark. And, they're not investing so much money in Ratchet & Clank where it can't make back that money from 1 to 2 million sales.
We'll see
Which is what disappoints me with Sony, is because they have that blueprint there, but yet they have the blueprint there with Ratchet & Clank, yet they do the complete opposite.
Like, we'll see more, but I don't know if they show the E3. I think if they show anything E3, it'd be that trailer probably again, or maybe some gameplay footage, but they'll probably save that for like something big, like the VGX later this year, since it's delayed to next year.
That looks like the game that's going to convince me to buy a PS4, which I need to find. So I to be honest, I don't know if I'll be able to get a PS4 until I get my own place, because I just do not have enough room in it. I need like 2 gaming rooms for all these systems.
I have 8 right now and like 2 unplugged, so don't feel bad.
I have an emulator, so things look nicer.
I mean, just having my Wii U, my PS3, and my PC all together, just that seems like enough in itself.
I'm a purist, so I try not to do emulators unless it's something like an arcade or something, because I don't have the funds to buy an arcade cabinet.
Yeah, but once you get into emulators and tinker around with them, games look a whole lot better. Like, I've been using a PSP emulator and playing.
Except for the Nintendo emulators. Nintendo emulators run like crap on PC.
Oh yeah, they're not great.
That's because Nintendo makes their consoles with magic, and a PC cannot emulate magic.
The SNES emulator runs pretty well.
Yeah, that runs okay, but considering that most games on the Wii run at a consistent 60 frames, Like the emulator for the Wii emulator, the Dolphin emulator struggles to run even GameCube games at 60 frames.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I say. I don't use emulators unless it's like a fan translation that hadn't got the
That's why even
reproduction
when
cartridge or ROM hacks, because some of them actually pretty damn good. They never got a reproduction.
I mean, you put it like this: the ROMs run better on the Wii when it's the ROMs run better on a homebrewed Wii than they do on the PC.
Yeah, I actually have a homebrew.
Because I've ran ROMs on a homebrew Wii, and it's almost like I bought the disc from the shop. Whereas you try and run it on PC, it's like buggy piece of crap.
Hey, remember the overhead? There's no overhead on a console.
But it's not just that. It's not even just that. It's just that those games were designed to run on the Wii U system. They're not designed for the PC.
Yeah.
It wasn't a port, basically.
Right, now on to the final question. I gotta give a hand to Anasarachilla for all these questions. But anyway, so which of the fighting games appearing Street Fighter V, Tekken 7, and maybe Pokken, which are you most looking forward to?
Pokken.
Because I'm just interested to see. I'm interested to see how that game's going to play out. I mean, it looks cool. It looks cool, and
Same here.
It looks like one of those games where you really have to get your hands on it to see what it's really about.
I'll try it out, but I suck at 3D fighters. But I'll try it out anyway.
I'm more into 2D fighting games, so in a sense, I would have picked Street Fighter V because it's the closest thing of
but you more or less know, the thing is, you more or less know what Street Fighter is going to be.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's true.
But I would have picked Street Fighter V just because it's the closest thing to the King of Fighters. But Pocket is actually interesting me. To be honest.
Remember, you're talking to a diehard Street Fighter fan over here. Street Fighter 5 is just all over the place.
Yeah, that also kind of damages the choice for it.
Even the life bar looks lifeless. Like it looks like even something that small is just like ugh.
Really? Even the life bar looks like egregious to you?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, man!
It seems like even with hit franchises, companies are starting to become lazy with them.
And safe. I mean, they refuse to take any type of
chance.
They don't want to take a chance. Like, even though as a Nintendo fan, we know that Nintendo is guilty of this too, but I mean, it's like
they learn from their mistakes.
Splatoon was a chance. Yeah, if you think about it,
Splatoon was a chance. Splatoon was a chance.
Yeah.
Splatoon. I mean, but here's the thing: they managed to do their chance because Splatoon's a budget game, and they're like, they took a chance, but even if it failed, it was a budget game, so they would have learned from it and moved on. But like,
But Red Fox, what would you expect from a company who actually gives the IP to Sony, basically outsource it to Sony, which Sony outsourced it to someone else? Yeah, that's double outsourcing right there.
Well, I mean, like, here's the thing: because Sony wrote them a check for maybe like $5 million. Here's $5 million, Capcom. You're gonna make Super Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, we know it's coming.
If it's $5 million, that's nothing. That's really nothing. Well, if it's $5 million,
Like, I don't know if it was $5 million. I'm pretty sure it.
I'm just saying, if it is,
it was worth. I mean, because here's the thing, okay? Capcom has one money-making IP right now. Okay, that's making them it's Monster Hunter, right?
And that's on Nintendo platform.
And that's on. I mean, and Monster Hunter is on Nintendo platform. So everything else that they have is like Street Fighter. Each successive re-release of Street Fighter, it's diminishing returns because it takes a certain amount of money to port it and add these new features, and they're selling far less. And I don't mean like 10%, 15%. Like Super Street Fighter sold like 30% of what Street Fighter 4 did. Oh, Super Ultra Street Fighter sold 10% of that 30%. Well, no, 10% of like a third of that 30. A third of what Super Street Fighter sold. Super Street Fighter 4 sold. So it's like they're at a certain point. It's like they've saturated the market with that game.
Yeah.
Just one game alone.
One game alone. So they're not making money off of it. And then they took some money from Sony and they gave the code to Sony and said, "Hey, port this over to the PS4." And Sony's like, "Yeah, well, you guys are busy with Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, so we'll port it." And then they handed it to some basement studio, and they the basement studio fucked up. Like Capcom had to. They got. I mean, that's embarrassing. Okay, they had to take it out of the tournament. They're like, well, shit, we got to use some shit on the Xbox 360. That's embarrassing.
Oh my god, that's sad.
That's Capcom. The dumbass did that though. What other questions do we have, dude?
I think that was the last one.
Wait,
Okay,
I got one more.
Go ahead.
What do you expect from Metroid? If it is revealed at E3, I could go last.
Well, I don't know if they're gonna do. I don't know if they're gonna continue Metroid Prime, but if it's like a brand new Metroid in general, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be 2D or 3D. That's a tough question. They can go anywhere with Metroid at this point.
I prefer 3D. If they're doing if it's on no, I'm sorry. Go ahead and then I'll do mine.
Yeah. For me, at this point, well, they could actually just show 2 games of Metroid, one 3D and one 2D. Unless it was a heavy resource for the 3D game, of course they're going to pick 3D.
Who goes next?
Honestly, it's the main thing I'm expecting from Metroid at the moment is for it to just push the envelope of the Wii U in terms of what it's capable of with both the technology and the gamepad as well. But in terms of what is going to transpire, I mean, there is so much possibilities for expansion in the Metroid universe that it's one of those things where I'll wait and see. I'll let that be a surprise.
All right. Who wants to go next? Okay, I guess I'll go. Let's see. I want to see what I want to see is that I want to see them come out and say, boom, we've got 2 Metroid games, one on the 3DS, one on the Wii U. I want to see the one on the 3DS be 2D, like traditional Super Metroid, Metroid Other M to an extent, kind of with the 2D portion. Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid Fusion. That's going to be on the handheld.
Yeah.
But the one on the console, that's going to be like a Metroid Prime-esque, but bigger. Like, because they have the resources to make it bigger. And they've been hiring a lot of people. They're cooking up something delicious in the Street Fighter.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Yeah.
I'll say one more thing before I let him go. Now, story-wise, I'm thinking the only thing they can really do is do something past Metroid Fusion, because that's the last game in the timeline. So, I guess for the 3DS both 3DS and Wii U versions would do the post Metroid Fusion. But they have
I agree. I think to be honest, I agree as well, because I think they also need to stop going in between the story, in between the timeline, and start focusing after Fusion.
Yeah, and they could do it easily. They could do it because, I mean, but I digress. Basically, I don't know what storyline they're going to use. It's obviously Metroid Prime is done because we saw at the end. I mean, they kind of gave a teaser if you got 100%. On Metroid Prime, where a mysterious ship. Spoiler alert: the game is over 5 years old, so damn it, I'm going to tell you the ending. A mysterious ship greenish metallic ship follows Samus when she flies off from Phazon that's been bombed to shit. You don't know whose ship it is.
But you know, some people did point out that that ship almost looks similar, very similar to one of the hunters in Metroid Prime Hunters.
Silence.
It could be. I'm not gonna say that because it doesn't look similar enough where I can say, well, it's 100%. What I will say is that some mysterious ship at the end of that game follows you, but other than that, that is the end of that trilogy. There's nowhere to really go from that point because the Phazon trilogy is over. They could start a new trilogy. They could start an entirely new trilogy based on another threat that the galaxy faces, and you could have make these worlds bigger than we ever could imagine having on the GameCube and the Wii, which would be awesome. I would love to play that game. Imagine going from planet to planet, except unlike in Corruption, where you had maybe 5-6 planets. What if you had 8, 10, 11 planets across 2 or 3 systems?
Yeah, I'm going to go out even further with my answer. I did say it could be 2D, 3D, or both, but they could go also like this. They can go in 4 ways with those 2 options. They can go in pure 2D sprites. They can go 2.5D. Then on the console, they can go with one of these 2. They can stick with the first person view of Metroid Prime, or go completely, I guess in a way, third person, or even platform like Ask, almost like Other M, but this time not controlling so much with a D-pad, but with an actual joystick, a control stick.
I could see that. Me personally, I don't want any other Metroid game to be like Other M ever.
Other M is not a bad game.
No, Other M is not a bad game, but I don't like that style of Metroid. The way I feel about Metroid is this: either 2D or 3D. God damn it! That's it. You can't have both. Either look, if you want it to be first person, damn it, the whole game better be fucking first person. If you want it to be 2D, damn it, the whole game better be 2D. You can't have both, okay? Because I hate to break this to you, but that is not the essence of Metroid. The essence of Metroid is exploration. The essence of Metroid is, oh shit, I need to get up to that ledge. There's something in that room, but damn it, I can't jump that high, and I can't I can't morph ball bomb jump that high. I'm going to need some type of attachment, and when I come back, I'm going to go to that room. That's the whole essence of it. And then you ruin it with this bullshit we had in Other M. I'm not going to get started. I'm not. My point is this. Whatever Retro shows, in the perfect world, if I had my druthers and no one else had my druthers, but just me, it would be 2 games, one on the Wii, one on the 3DS. It had some type of cross thing where you could do shit across, let's say you find something in the handheld version, it transfers over in some way to the home console version on the Wii U. That'd be cool.
I'll tell you what I want the most: Super Metroid 2.
What? I couldn't hear you.
Super Metroid 2.
We already had Super Metroid 2. It's called It's called Other M.
That didn't happen.
Y'all a bunch of other M.
I wouldn't even go that far to say it no.
It's a direct sequel. It's a direct sequel.
I enjoyed Other M so much that I played for it 100% twice.
So did I. But I was hating it the entire time. I'm like, what the only thing that made Other M good for me was in the second run through where you get to fight the secret boss, which is Fantoon. And because here's the thing, the last time we saw Fantoon, he was in Super Metroid, and he looked kind of like shit. But my God, did Team Ninja and the Nintendo Studios make him look like a boss in Other M?
like a pure
He
death.
like a beast. I was like, damn, you don't look as lame as you did last time I saw you. I still killed his ass though, because he's a punk ass bitch. But
I just say that because it's my favorite. Super Metroid still like my favorite out of all of them.
Let me put it this way. I love Super Metroid, but I mean, at this point, if you like Super Metroid, like I'm an old school Metroid fan. Like I played the original Metroid, and then I played Metroid 2: Return of Samus on the Game Boy.
Yeah.
And then I played Super Metroid, and then I played Metroid Fusion on the Game Boy Advance and Zero Mission on the Game Boy Advance. I was like, man, I'm loving these 2D Metroids. I loved 2D Metroid so much that I did not give the original Metroid Prime a chance on the GameCube. I was like, they're never gonna get 3D Metroids right. And then I played Metroid Corruption first. I played the third one in the series first. And I was like, oh shit, this is really good. And then I got the Metroid Prime Trilogy on the Wii. And I mean, literally, the only way to really play the Metroid Prime Trilogy now is on the Wii, is with that Wiimote. It's like the best way to play it. It's so much fun. I don't know how anyone played that game on GameCube with the GameCube.
I had Metroid Prime 1 on GameCube.
I don't know how you played it without the Wiimote.
I can't go back.
I can't go back. Like I tried to play because I did eventually get Echoes on the GameCube. I cannot play that game with a GameCube controller. It just doesn't feel as good as the Wiimote.
Yeah, the only game that was also on Wii, but I prefer it on GameCube is Twilight Princess.
I can understand that.
I prefer the Wii version.
I prefer the Wii version just because of the how you can aim stuff with the Wiimote in the arrow mode, but I can understand where some people be like, man, this motion control sucks.
No, the motion control, despite the fact that they were tacked on, they were pretty good.
Yeah. And plus Twilight Princess, like people don't understand this. Twilight Princess to me feels like what they wanted to do with Ocarina of Time, but they just didn't have they didn't have the resources and the technology. But I digress.
That's why a lot of people. To me, Twilight Princess is better than Ocarina of Time.
It knocked it off of my list. It's my favorite 3D Zelda. Is Twilight Princess.
Exactly. A lot of people keep saying Ocarina of Time is better than Twilight Princess, but Twilight Princess takes everything that Ocarina of Time does and does it so much better.
Well, let me put it this way.
I put it like this. When I was playing Twilight Princess and I was riding as a pony on a horse, and then I went back to Ocarina of Time and did it, I was just like, yo, this horse riding is shit compared to Twilight Princess.
And not only that, look, Twilight Princess got rid of the annoying sidekick, because Midna is 100 times better than...
Okay, now I have to disagree with you right there.
Well, you'd be wrong, because Navi, hey, look, listen, hey, look, listen.
I played Ocarina of Time, and I really don't find Navi that annoying.
You see, that's annoying. She is
Somebody
annoying.
need to play Skyward Sword and Fee.
Oh God! Don't get me started with the Fee.
Fee's my favorite.
See, here's the thing. After Midna, I was like, well, they clearly know how to get a sidekick done well. But then I got Fee, and I was like, apparently whoever they had who got a female sidekick well just failed miserably with this one, because we got Fee, who's like, hey, did you know I've only done this like 500 times now? Could you shut the fuck up, please? But I digress. No, they managed to turn off. They managed to fix the annoying female sidekick who gives you information that you need with Midna, with Twilight Princess, and then they gave you something that Ocarina of Time desperately needs, but they wouldn't put into it: skippable cutscenes. Because I played Twilight Princess so many times. And I played Ocarina of Time so many times, but you can't skip those damn cutscenes. It's like, I know, Ganondorf, can I skip past this shit and get to the temple, please? And then finally, they made Link into the badass that we always knew he could be.
Pretty much.
But they were afraid to do on Ocarina of Time because people were like, well, we added the kid mode because some of our female gamers like that kid. I'm like, fuck. Look, why would I want to play as a weak-ass little kid who the strongest weapon I have is hitting someone with a Deku stick?
I would have disagreed with them because I I was a kid back then when I played.
I was a kid back then too, but I didn't want to play as Kid Link. I wanted. Look, the game.
I know Link was far more badass than
Yeah, the game opened up. The game opened up once you became adult Link, and you could finally use your big boy weapons.
The thing that gave young Link the most of his respect was that fierce deity mask in Majora's Mask.
Yeah, and here's the thing: his fierce deity mask. Yeah, it's all cool. It turns him into a goddamn adult. Okay, even he knows, man. I can't do this shit as a kid. It turns him into an adult.
But Twilight Princess is one of the most badass Links. He's the first Link that is like fully equipped and trained out the door. I mean, he's already a trained marksman. He's already a trained swordsman.
The dude wrestles goats and Gorons to the ground, and he's like a boss with it too. He's like, yeah, get down, bitch.
I guess I'm the only one. I guess I'm the only one.
As you know, no one in Hyrule messes with the Gorons.
Yeah.
I guess I'm the only one that whose favorite 3D Zelda is Wind Waker.
Wind Waker is awesome.
Wind Waker is awesome. The thing that ruins Wind Waker for me is that last portion of the game where you have to find the Triforce pieces.
Oh, come on!
Or as they're called in the game, the Triumph Forks. I didn't get that for so long. I'm like, Triumph Forks? What the? Why are you telling me about
talking about the Triforce
cutlery? But then, like after a while, like after the first piece, I'm like, oh, Triforce.
Yeah.
Triforce.
Come on, Fox, think about it.
No, the only
Ganondorf.
Wind Waker was awesome, but it was kind of awesome in its own league, if you get what I mean.
The only thing that kind of ruins Wind Waker for me is that there's some shit in Wind Waker that makes no goddamn sense. Like, where are the Gorons? Yeah. And why
there are Gorons in the game?
There's like 4 Gorons and they're merchants. Like, why did the Zora turn into bird people? I mean, if anyone would have a good time when Hyrule got flooded, it was the Zoras. Like, yeah, we're fine.
Well, I guess the ocean was too salty for the fresh.
Come on, man. Come on. There's no excuse for that bullshit. But the Gorons, I mean, the friggin' Gorons can breathe underwater. They don't need air. They're rock people. They're rock people. The only thing they need is rock to eat, and they're fine. So, I mean, I'm sorry. Wind Waker has too many logical gaps for me to be like, oh my god, this, Although Twilight Princess, if you take that in conjunction with Skyward Sword, leads to a really creepy conclusion for me, which is a lot of those people who were in Skyloft turned into human chickens.
Oh yeah, the Uku. Yeah, I know.
That is creepy. I'm like, damn, you guys should have left. You're like, wait for me, because I would rather, because they can't fight. Their city gets taken over. They're like, fuck it. We need someone to come and fight this dragon.
The reason why I also like Wind Waker, because back then people was like, I don't want to play this kiddie version of Zelda, and now look at it.
I was one of the few that said that.
Look at it now. People are like, oh my goodness, the best Zelda ever. And also, come on, that final boss with Ganondorf.
Yeah, that one
turns to stone. All of the boss fights in that game were pretty damn awesome. Goma, where she's like pulling on Vuzlu's tail, and he's like all pissed about it. The fight against Twin Deku Baba, the poison Deku Baba in the other part of the forest was pretty cool.
What was that snake boss called?
Oh god, it was the giant sandworm thing.
That was one of my favorite bosses, to be fair.
Gora, I forgot the name. Oh, I tell you the truth. That boss form, that Ganon dark puppet form, where like he basically morphs into other versions of bosses of other Zelda games. Like he even conjures up that giant worm from Link to the Past that knocks you into the pit. And you have to go back up those stairs. Like, this sumbitch right here is trolling me.
You know what I find very ironic right now?
No, go ahead.
This whole thing started as a Metroid discussion, and it went all the way to Zelda.
But it's not ironic, because both Zelda and Metroid are based upon the same forms of gameplay.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it hasn't went to F-Zero yet.
It's
I'm surprised it hasn't went to F-Zero.
Even in Smash Brothers, like Zelda and Link's movesets are more or less the same.
Yeah, you know, like they got bombs, they got an up smash. I mean, I like both of them. They're like, the thing is that when I hear people say I want Metroid or Zelda with a lot of combat, it's like they're not about combat. They've never been about combat. Stop talking about combat.
Yeah, it's exploration.
It's finding shit.
Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind a spin-off type Metroid action game, simply because there's so many cool moves that Samus does that you don't get to do in the main Metroid games. I mean, Other M was the only one who really suddenly pulled it off.
Well, no, there's two games where we got. Oh, no. There's I would say that throughout the Prime series and Other M, you saw Samus consecutively be the badass we always knew her to be. Like, because 2D, it's hard to illustrate how badass Samus is, but I mean, I swear to God, you play Metroid Prime Corruption where she's shooting her gun down Ridley's throat while she's falling into the pit, and she's like, "Fuck it, I don't care if I do die, I'm taking this sumbitch with me." Like, damn, I would not fuck with her. Or how she blows up all of the dark part of shit. That planet in Echoes. I forgot the name of the planet. Sorry, yeah, the dark part of Ether, and like all of those Ing are like trying to escape. They're like, "Oh shit!" She's like, "That's what you get for raping me and stealing my shit, bitch." Because technically speaking, I mean, you have to look at it. The essence of rape is that it's someone overpowering you and taking something that doesn't belong to them. They stole her shit. They raped her. And see what Samus does to people that rape her? You see what happens? You see what she eradicated the entire species, which tells you something about how badass she is. You do not fuck with Samus.
No, but some of the moves she did in Other M were just brilliant. Like, you can just go right up in the enemy's face and then just stick the gun up in their mouth.
That was cool.
Pick up a shotgun.
Finishing moves were cool, I will admit that, but I was like, man, this would be great as a side story. If they had just made Other M a side story and have nothing to do with the rest of the Metroid universe, I would have been okay. But then the guy's like, this is a sequel to Super Metroid. You cannot tack this on as a sequel to like one of the greatest Metroid games ever made. You can't do that, dude. Don't do that.
I don't care what the situation was. I still think Other M was a good game.
It is. It's just not. It's not good in that. It's not good in the entirety of the series. It's a good game by itself, but if you put it with the other games in the series, it's not.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of the weakest in the series. But you know, when you're talking Metroid, even the weakest game is better than some of the strongest entries of some franchises out there.
Oh snap!
Don't you complain that she's too whiny and she's too subservient?
I'm not even gonna touch that one because, like, here's the thing. I don't believe that bullshit that was given because here's the thing. I have all of those Metroid comics from back in the day that came with Nintendo Power that you could order, and I found out that Samus is like 6'3", and she's 6'3" without the armor.
Wow, I'm about 2 inches.
She's 6'3" without the armor, and she was a Federation Marine. She was in the Federation Marines, and but before she ever was in the Federation Marines, she uses that the power suit, the Varia armor, which in order for you to even use it functionally, it requires intense concentration. And if you don't have intense concentration, the suit causes you intense pain, and basically it breaks off of you. So the fact that she's wearing the armor requires a huge amount of mental concentration. And as many times as she's shot Ridley in the face in numerous other games before Other M, because Other M, like they said, is a sequel to Super Metroid, and Super Metroid takes place. The Metroid Prime trilogy takes place between the original
Metroid 1 and 2.
Metroid 1 and Metroid 2, which takes place before Super Metroid. Like, she's fought Ridley so many times, at a certain point it's just like, oh, it's you again. I'm going to have to kill your ass again. Like, I don't get that whole, like, well, she's having if you look, that's how you deal with post-traumatic stress disorder. They constantly put you around a situation until you get desensitized to it, and it no longer affects you that way. As many times as she's dealt with Ridley and shot him in the face, like at a certain point, it's like, oh, it's Ridley. Oh, well, let me just get my missiles ready to shoot it, to bust a cap in his ass, because I'm tired of this fucker. Every time I turn around, he pops up. Like she's in the bathroom. She's in the bathroom at a date, checking her hair. Ridley! Oh, this motherfucker. I was just joking.
I mean, in some sense, I kind of see Samus in a sense that she's a bit like RoboCop, in the sense that, you know, when she's just like, because at the end of the day, she does a lot of exploration by herself. And any psychologist will say that when you spend more time alone with your own self, you naturally self-reflect. So, you know, she's gonna have that emotional side to her, regardless of what the story is in the other realm or not. She's gonna have that emotional side to her where she thinks and reflects on things that happened. But then when it comes down to focusing on combat and focusing on the mission, she goes full RoboCop mode, where she just like all of that emotional shit goes out the window, and she just beats the crap out of whatever's in front of her.
I'll tell you this much about Samus, and then we'll end this, I think.
Hold on. Team Fusion. George didn't answer his own question.
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah, the ending. Go ahead, sir.
I want to see. I do want to see a 3D Metroid on the Wii U, or whatever. If it's on the NX, whatever it's gonna be on. A 2D Metroid on the 3DS. But Nintendo can also surprise us like they have did in the past and only make the game for the 3DS, you know, which is, that would be some type of multiplayer. And I would love them to continue the Metroid Prime series, but it's probably over most likely. So I predict that they'll probably go back to around Metroid Fusion or Super Metroid, around there. Because if they don't continue on Metroid Prime, then they'll have to go a different route, a little bit, with both Metroids, if it's on the 3DS or Wii U.
I can shake that,
I can understand that.
That's cool. I'm cool with that, except for the NX thing, because I don't think we can wait for another Metro. We can't wait another console gen for a Metroid on a console.
That's true. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I like Metroid. I love Metroid. It's a great series. But we have not had F-Zero in a while. If they were to make an F-Zero game, I think they would incorporate some characteristics with Mario Kart, or like the online play. I think they would incorporate some of that stuff. So I think more willing that we'll see an F-Zero most likely before a Metroid. More, I think. But yeah.
You know, I would agree with you about the F-Zero, but because
I don't know where they can go with F-Zero, though.
Yeah, but because of fast racing Neo, I guess
they don't really. Yeah.
I mean, because F-Zero has always been about showcasing the power of the console, and like
exactly,
like
that's what
I mean. It was to showcase the different modes for the Super Nintendo, and then it was to showcase how powerful the N64 was. Then the GameCube was to showcase how badass the GameCube was. But I mean, at this point,
that game looks amazing on the GameCube.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
I have that arcade machine at my business. It is the beast. But with the Wii U, it's like, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I mean, if I had a choice between a Metroid showcasing the power, like, of the Wii U versus F-Zero, I'd be like, Falcon, you gotta go sit down, son.
I would choose a Metroid, definitely. But I said most likely Nintendo would choose a series that they have not done in a while. That's like F-Zero. Now, Retro, I don't think Retro is going to be doing an F-Zero. Now, I'd like to possibly see them do an F-Zero. I might like to see Platinum do their take on F-Zero, but I think it will most likely be, I think it would most likely be a Metroid.
There's only one small problem.
I think if they make F-Zero, I kind of think they should make it as a eShop game, but like obviously still have a fidelity of a fully disc-based game, but just for the fact that there's not really much further they can push it beyond GX. So really and truly, it's just a case of making what they did with GX and just making it better.
It's just really online, really.
Yeah, but that would be
component.
Yeah, but there would be one small problem though. Platinum makes really friggin' hard games, and F-Zero GX is one of the hardest F-Zeros in existence. So
exactly,
a studio that makes really hard games, following up one of the hardest games ever.
It didn't Platinum once say
really fucking hard F-Zero.
Some of those tracks were hard.
Platinum once said that they wanted to make a F-Zero or a Star Fox. They once said that in a quote. So it would make sense.
Mm-hmm. Has anyone here played F-Zero AF, or if that's what it was called, or whatever, the arcade?
The one on the arcade. Yes, I have that machine at my business. It is the beast. And if you have a GameCube, memory card with F-Zero GX,
you get all the AF tracks in it.
Well, yeah, it unlocks AF tracks for your thing. Plus, you can bring your player data from your game into the system, and it is friggin' awesome. I don't play as Captain Falcon though, even though every time you see people playing that game on almost like 90% of the time on YouTube, they're playing it with Captain Falcon. I play with Samurai Goro. I play with Samurai Goro because he has the most balanced vehicle. It's got really good handling. And in F-Zero GX or AF, you need handling for some of those. Like, try and take some of those curves. It's just a bitch. I got some breaking news for you guys.
Go on.
Breaking news, Nintendo is going to have a half-hour show on Monday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That would be 7:30 p.m. UK time, your time, double M. And that'd be 11:30 a.m. Pacific time.
What is it going to be about?
It's just going to be 30 minutes of Nintendo showing shit at E3 that they have.
Treehouse.
It's going to be be streamed. It might be from the Treehouse. It probably will be.
If you think about it, wait, I got a quick thing to say. If you think about it, that a lot of people gave Nintendo flack 2 years ago or last year when they chose the digital event over a press conference. If you think about it, Nintendo is really doing E3 the right way because they're giving you content before E3 and they're giving you a bunch of content afterwards, and plus they give you a tutorial on how to play the games, which is the Treehouse, and gameplay. So if you think about it, they're doing E3 the right way.
Yeah, they'll never get credit for it because Nintendo.
Yeah, true.
Nintendo is evil. They don't know what they're doing.
They never give Nintendo credit for it because Nintendo chooses to not on a press conference that people in the back are paid to clap.
Nintendo needs to go third party. Don't you know that? You're right. I mean, Nintendo. But it was 2 years ago when Nintendo first did their first digital event, and people got.
It was just a direct back then. It was just a direct.
Yeah, it was an E3 direct.
The first digital event was okay. The second one knocked it out.
They started to
last year
because they got some good people working on it. They got Robot Chicken to do the exposition, the animations, and really move it along. I hope they get Robot Chicken this year. I know people keep on saying,
I like how they had Reggie.
I want them to get Robot Chicken. Reggie. Yeah, I want them to bring back that Reggie doll. Like, not my problem. Where's my
not my problem. Yeah, because I remember he's like, what about Metroid? What about Zelda? He's not my problem.
Give us Star Fox.
Yeah, and Mario's like, and he's like, it's gonna be another Mario game. It's like, no, actually, we don't have any Mario games this year. And Mario's
What?
like, that's it.
I'm gonna get
What are
the
you
bug?
talking about, bitches?
And then Link's just like, well, I guess I'm the new hero now. I guess I'm the new face in Nintendo now.
Yeah, he's like, well, it's my turn, bitches. And like,
Because you know, Link has been that character that has been kind of like fighting Mario in the second place spot.
which is a shame because in a straight up fight, Link would totally kick Mario's ass.
Oh, of course.
Because he's got like a bag full of infinite items to use to kill you with.
Mm-hmm.
I got bombs, I got guns, I got slingshots, bow and arrows, ice arrows, light arrows, fire arrows.
Do you remember in Super Smash Bros. Brawl when you see Link's side of the story where Mario must Mario taps the Zelda statue and it like disappears and then Link thinks Mario has like destroyed Zelda. So
Yeah.
the way he just chases up to him and just stabs that sword into the ground, I was just like, I would not like to be Mario's head if that contacted the end of that sword.
So he's like, he tries to do that down stab. It's really fucking awesome. In my opinion, if what would make Super Smash Brothers on the Wii U perfect is if they had carried over that single player experience to
because the single player modes in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U are kind of lacking. I think the single player modes in the 3DS version are better.
They are. With Smash Run is fun as hell.
Yeah,
if they
I love
had brought
Smash Run.
over that same idea, like with how they did with Brawl, which that's what Smash Run is. It's basically.
I'm sorry, but Smash Tour is a piece of shit compared to Smash Run.
It is. But if they brought over that single player gameplay where you could unlock characters that way, like they did in Brawl, over to Wii U, it would be a perfect game. But I mean, Sakura's like, well, people were stealing the thing. I'm like, come on, man, you want to do something different, and because you didn't make that thing, Nintendo made the single player portion, and you didn't like that. You didn't like them stepping on your territory, so you're like, I'm gonna do something different.
I wouldn't have minded if they'd even done an adventure mode similar to the one on Melee.
Yeah. I mean, it's something. Just something. Just not the same shit that we had, because, I mean, in some ways, the single player feels like a step back in Wii U.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the thing. Was it what's the one that they what's the crazy hand challenges called?
The crazy orders, master orders.
Yeah, I do like
those
the crazy
are fun,
orders.
but that's like the challenge mode they had in Melee, where like if you do the villains challenge, the Pokemon challenge. I mean, that's basically what that is.
And up to now, they still haven't made events in Smash Bros. As good as they did in Melee.
No, they haven't. Oh well.
The events in Melee was the best ones.
It was awesome. Oh well. Well, I guess that's the end of our cast. If no one has anything else to say.
Guys, I'm gonna send you a link here because this is pretty freaking interesting. Has something to do
some bullshit?
with Xenoblade. No, it's not BS. This is actually weird. And it's specifically coming from Japan on Miiverse right now.
Okay, I might have one more thing. What do you think Platinum Games is gonna reveal at E3?
An action style Metroid.
That's the safest answer yet.
That would be cool. Maybe a Bayonetta 2 DLC. I don't know. Maybe an expansion for the game.
But they said a new IP. It seems like a game.
I don't know.
A game.
Technically, an action-based style Metroid is a new IP. It's a spin-off.
It could be a ripoff.
If you think about it, people are speculating because.
And they did make that tweet about something to do with an energy tank.
They could do a spiritual successor to Okami, because I mean, Capcom's done fuck all with Okami, so I mean, And Kamiya created it. Like, if they were making another Okami style game, I'm done.
I kind of think we're going to get 2 Metroid games announced. I think we're going to get an action style Metroid game from Platinum this year, and I may be wrong. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think we're going to get an action style Metroid game in the kind of like the vein of Bayonetta and Vanquish, and for like maybe this year, and then the proper Prime style Metroid game for next year by Retro Studios.
That would be awesome, but I don't think they'd show it because Nintendo's like, we're only showing things for 2015 and early 2016.
I do think they'll have. They say that, but I do think they'll have a few things to show for 2016 because they said the same thing with
last year.
Not last year, the year before. They said the same thing with 2013 Direct, and they show a lot of the games that they show were for 2014.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Like 3D World.
Yeah, at this point, whatever they show, whatever Nintendo shows at this point, they're getting the small shit out.
We're gonna like it.
Yeah, whatever it's gonna be, we're gonna lose our minds. We're gonna be like, man, Nintendo shit on Microsoft and Sony again this year. I mean,
twice in a row.
We need
2 years straight, back to back.
My company went to E3 and I got shit on by Nintendo a second time. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, that's. Oh my God! They have the 2 girls from Callie and Mari in Xenoblade Chronicles. Calamari. Don't you like calamari? Don't you like your calamari? I do like calamari. I like eating them fried with garlic aioli. They're delicious.
Oh wow.
Well, yeah, really. They take the squid rings and they batter them and fry them really quickly, and then they make a garlic aioli and you dip it.
Oh no, I'm talking about the picture.
Oh, I thought you were.
I do like squid rings.
They are delicious. They are delicious fried.
You know, speaking about those 2 superstars, those 2 pop stars, locations here, in Splatoon. Does anybody has the same feeling that they're kind of like an offshoot of Kate, Mary, and Ashley?
No.
Okay, so it's just me. Moving on.
Oh,
because they aren't skinny enough to be offshoots of them.
I got one more. Last one. I promise. Okay, if Nintendo were to make mature games, what genre would you want it, and what ideas would you have for it? Like action, open world.
I'd say action and JRPG.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say action and JRPG. From the JRPG from Monolith Soft. Like, take the reins off them and let them make an M-rated game. An M-rated.
Or I got an idea.
To be honest,
let Retro.
It wasn't for the fact that Nintendo was more family centric. If Metroid had an M rating, Metroid will be probably one of the scariest freaking games in existence.
It's already pretty damn scary.
Yeah, what is it? When you think of what it's based off Alien, and it's pretty much it's Metroid. I mean, Metroid has got scary moments in it just as a 12 game. You add all, Metroid is basically Alien. Metroid is basically Alien, but a lot, like most of the gore and things like that is just cut out. Now, if you were to add all that gore,
But it's implied.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why Prime is so brilliant, because you scan things and you discover, oh shit, like in Metroid Prime Corruption, you go to the part of Skytown where they have the labs, and you see where the pirates were already there trying to take Metroids out, and you're like, oh shit, this guy was killed, his cranium was crushed.
I mean, you remember the GFS Valhalla?
Oh yeah, and you see the
that
hopelessness.
Shit was scary.
The shit that went on there, and how they stole the brain. Although it was kind of a cop out that the first phase of the final boss in that at the end of Corruption is just Mother Brain 2.0. It's because those Orion units are Mother Brain. It's Mother, because if you read the comic that came with it, they're like, well, the Chozo helped create these units to power everything, and those Orion units are actually the same thing that Mother Brain is, in Super Metroid. Yeah. So really, it's like I'm like the first time I saw Orton, I'm like, oh fuck, kill it. No, this is our friend. I'm like, okay, if that's what you want to go with, if that's what you want to go with.
So I think that if they decided to just not hold back on all the like the gore and the graphic stuff that you saw in Alien, if Metroid had all of that in there, Metroid would be probably one of the scariest games out there.
Yep. Well, it's already got the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's already got the storytelling. It's got the characters. I mean, even the 2D games. I'm not even you play Metroid.
Yeah,
Fusion.
I mean Metroid Fusion. When you face Nightmare is freaking.
Well, I'm not even gonna say Nightmare. The first time you meet, the Parasite version of Metroid.
That scene was tense.
How that thing is just fucking coming after you, and there's nothing. I mean, but then again, that's how Samus's enemies feel when she's coming after them. I mean, it's a nice role reversal. It's like, damn, Samus is even more of a badass than we thought.
The thing is,
even her enemies are like, she's remorseless. She's like the Terminator.
The thing is with me, for a 2D game, it's how they present that that eeriness of that parasite hunting you down. I'm like, these guys.
Yeah, that SAX was freaking creepy as hell, man. Every time you just heard that music and you saw it coming, you're just hiding there, like.
Yep. And how it took over people's bodies, like you killed the zombie scientists and shit. You're like, oh. Like, damn.
It's just if God forbid you get caught by the SAX because you were pretty much dead.
Yeah. That's why Samus was lucky she was part Metroid. Or, sorry, species, whatever, because Metroid technically is the Chozo name for the Great Warrior. So really, Samus is the Metroid.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? That's the big thing, yeah.
But like you said, it was like Samus getting a taste of her own medicine.
Yeah.
Because that's the same way everyone else feels when Samus approaches them.
Yeah, it's like this bitch is after me. Yes, she is, and she's going to kill you. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. There's nothing you can say. There's nowhere you can hide from.
You might as well.
Considering that, because Samus is so badass, she chased down a metal Ridley in nothing but a power suit and power beam, not even a charge beam or nothing, and she was willing to chase him down and take him on.
Yep.
Hell!
I mean, chances are with the piece of crap equipment that you had, she probably would have got her ass whooped if Ridley decided to fight her. But
she's just so damn badass.
Mhm. I love my Samus. She's beautiful.
Can't get enough.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get enough.
Well, I guess it's that time, Red Fox.
There we go. That's the end of this podcast. We went way over time. This is a 4.5 hour long podcast almost.
Yeah, oh wow.
It's like 12.
Crazy,
it's like 12. Like I believe it's 1:30 in the morning where you are.
Yeah.
So we're gonna end this real quick.
So it's not so bad.
But we're still gonna end this real quick. So everyone's gonna give their sign offs. I guess I'll go last. I'll go last. Why not? Because I went first last time. So who wants to go? Who wants to go first?
All right, you know who it is. It's Micah here. You know, if you haven't checked out my gaming tech task, the first episode, check it out. I'll be hopefully doing the next episode next week. But yeah, and remember, people, stay fresh.
I just want to say, it's been nice having you guys in this podcast. I had a great time, and hope to see you again as well. And I want to give out a shout out to oh crap, where is he? I want to give a shout out to the Crow because of the links that I just sent to you guys. Hopefully, our viewers will find out pretty much what it's all about. It's about Xenoblade Chronicles X and maybe a bit of connection with Splatoon, but
Calamari.
I go no further than that. But yeah, I am Triple M, the lone wolf of fondness for games that pops out of my artworks. And people, E3 is just around the corner, and we're going to step through that door and live in the fantasy.
The
Skadoosh.
fantasy that all the hype and dreams are going to be dashed.
Skadoosh.
Sorry, I'm really cynical towards E3. It seems
You know,
like
I can't blame you, RJ.
we get so hyped up. We have all these aspirations and these fantasies, and that only to go to E3, watch E3, and have them all dashed.
That's if you have faith in Sony, especially Sony, and third parties. If you don't have faith in Sony or third parties, you'll be fine at E3, generally speaking. But that was your sign-off, dude? So, so give your sign-out, dude.
Oh, well, my name's RJ. It was nice to be here on this podcast, and hopefully E3 is good. You know, hopefully everybody shows up and brings their best. But knowing this industry, that's too much to ask for.
Oh, damn.
Oh man, you're just being a downer, dude. I guess it's my turn. Or KH Anime G, did you give yours?
I don't think so.
KH Anime G, you there?
Hope he didn't left the coop.
Oh well, I guess I'll give mine. This is Mr. Red Fox. I'm about to bounce. This was a long pre-E3 game podcast. I'm sorry, dude.
These brothers back.
I only had it down as... Okay, give your sign off, dude.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for watching, my subscribers, everybody else's subscribers, and I hope everybody has a great E3, and hope to see you during E3 because I'm gonna do I'm not gonna be there, but I'm gonna do a coverage of it, my reviews of it, and I hope everybody else's dreams of E3 comes true.
Okay, KH Anime G, going once, going twice. Okay, I'm gonna give mine, and then we're gonna shut it down because you aren't saying it right now, KH. So yeah, this was the E3 pre-game show. Stay tuned next week when we'll be doing our E3 recaps. How we felt about it. Did it wow us? Are we gonna who do we think won E3? Whatever. What we think about the news and everything. So yeah, look forward to that. It's gonna be fun. Peace. Good night. And KH Anime G says bye.